23. Sir Mark is also here. Rename ko po. Number 25. Ma'am Stephanie Salanyo na lang po. Nakisuyo po sa mga kasama niya po sa venue. Check on ma'am. Dito na po si Ma'am Salanyo. So, complete na po tayo. Kindly open your videos po. And then, mute po tayo ha for the audio. And then, open nyo lang po kung meron po kayong questions or meron po kayong participants, kindly open your videos po. Thank you.
Gusto ko umalis.
Hindi nag-inis ko. Nice siya, bro.
I-mute ko siya.
Oo. Hindi ka doon nila ka dapat.
Pamute po, pamute.
Good morning po.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Ayan. Naka-open na po ba lahat ng camera?
Yes po, sir. Good morning po.
Good morning po, ma'am. Paki-open na po ang ating mga camera. Mag-start na po tayo sa second day ng ating training. So, welcome po sa second day ng training po natin. Mukhang ready na din po ang ating speaker for today, si Sir Ian. Sir Ian, good morning po.
Good morning, Sir Louie.
Ayan, sir, ang participants po natin is from Visayas.
Yan, mga Bisaya.
Opo.
May buntag.
Sir Chris.
Ngayong buntag, sir.
Buntag, sir.
Ngayong buntag.
Ngayong aga, sir.
Good morning.
Ay, buntag, Ma'am Chi.
Hi.
Hello, Ma'am Chi.
Uy, Ma'am Adel. Oh, what's up?
Good morning, Sir Louie. You know, we are 50. Okay, maayong buntag, MDC. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir. Morning.
Good to be back. No? Kasi before ng COVID, ng mga participants, but it is face-to-face class. No? Yung mga Mindanao trainings, kami po yung nag-handle. Ako kasi taga-Jensen ako ngayon. And okay po, kay mga Bisaya, di ako makauban karon. Magbisaya lang ta, tibok adlaw.
Hindi kami kaintindihan.
Sir, hindi po lahat.
Ilonggo, sir, Ilonggo.
Iloilo, no? So we'll talk in Tagalog na lang for in English. Anyway, good morning. Today is our day 2 for our basic occupational safety and health. Okay, so before that, let's have our opening prayer to be followed by a national anthem. Allow me to share my screen. Okay, kindly hold on, guys. Yun, hindi, na-disabled yun. Hindi ako maka-share screen, guys. I'm waiting for our big Mandaluyong. Okay, good morning, safety officers of Mercury Drug Corporation.
Good morning, sir.
Majority
Morning,
here
sir.
are managers from different branches, no, of MDC, Luzon region. Yan. Kasi when we had our face-to-face BOSH training in Mindanao, yung nag-attend kasi yung mga managers, assistant managers, and then there's a cooperative. Isa sa favorite namin na participants, mga taga Mercury Drug talaga. Anyway, guys, today is our day 2 for our basic occupational safety and health. So, I'll be your speaker for today. Yun. The title of our training, safety officers, is, I can hold on, guys. Or the title of our training for today is Basic Occupational Safety and Health. This is a 40 hours training in order you to become a safety officer in general industries. No? So it's good na sa kadami-daming mga companies, usually yung mga other drug companies, they are only taking the SO1, but it's good that the MDC is taking this SO2 training, the comprehensive basic course for safety officer. Allow me, guys, to introduce myself. I am Christian Ayan Tixon. You can call me Safety Ayan. I am duly accredited OSH practitioner, a safety officer for also by rank. I'm also a registered nurse, an occupational health nurse, and also certified OSH trainer. And I'm also the training and operations head of RBA Mindanao. And I'm also working in different construction industries since 2013. Nurse po ako, pero since 2013, nasa industry na po ako ng safety. As a safety officer, safety supervisor, safety manager. But right now, I'm already a safety trainer. This is my previous project, guys, when I had my work in construction in Davao City. We are making the 2.3 kilometers na tunnel road doon po sa Davao City. And then sa different places rin po sa Mindanao, I'm working also as a safety officer. Okay, this is my contact number, my details in Facebook, my email ad. If you have any queries po about related to OSH, you can contact me anytime. What do you expect, safety officer, for this day? Today is your day 2. To complete your 40 hours training, the basic occupational safety and health. For the entire duration of this day, we're going to have a workshop about hazard identification. So you are 50 participants. We will group you into, I think, 5 groups. Na? And then we're going to also discuss the work environment measurement. This afternoon, we're going to tackle medical surveillance or occupational health. And before tayo mag-dismiss this afternoon, we will do our last workshop about the workplace risk assessment in order as na para makomplete natin ang 50% po ng ating hierarch activity. House rules po, mga safety officers. Please keep your mic naka-silent mode po tayo, no? Kung hindi po tayo tinawag or hindi nyo po turn magsalita, i-mute lang po natin para hindi tayo maka-istorbo sa ating mga kasamahan dito. And then, kung man natutulog man sa inyo, okay, pabayaan lang nato siya, no? Baka pagod yan kagabi. Pero once makita po namin yan natutulog during our lecture, we will call the attention para mag-present na intermission mamayang hapon. And also guys, please turn your camera on. But every time I have my student po ng safety training ng mga MDC, very disiplinado. Wala akong sakit sa ulo. Grabe. Ang galing po ng management MDC. On time, very disciplined, very punctual, ganun po. And then, every time we have a training, dati yung face-to-face, lahat po naka-uniform. And then, tinitingnan ko rin yung data. Allow me to share guys yung experience ko with MDC. Yung sa attendance ninyo, andun nakalagay yung date hired. And then I'm amazed. Yung mga employed pala ng MDC na 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Ang galing. Compared to other companies na nasa 3 years, 4 years ay resign na. It means masyadong magaling mag-alaga ang management po ng mga MDC sa kanyang mga empleyado. Because the MDC management believes that the most important asset of the organization is kayo po na mga tauhan nila. From the staff to the manager in every branch. Okay? Please turn your camera on, guys, at all times because the OSH Center of Dole is monitoring us in order this training to become legit. Kasi once po merong naka-turn off dyan na camera without the permission or hindi po nag-ask permission sa ating admin natin, considered po siya na absent or baka ma-hold ang ating certificate. When someone is talking in front of you sa screen, please listen carefully. And then kung meron kayong mga gustong i-share or itanong, just raise your virtual hand. We will call your attention. Not at all times po na alam namin ang lahat ng bagay. May mga things rin na mas marunong kayo and then share it to the class. Okay? Discuss it. Or kung meron kayong mga safety good practices na pwede namin gawin rin sa aming mga workplaces, you are open to share it dito po sa grupo natin. Cooperator activities, we have a lot of workshop today. So we will group you into 5 groups, 10 members per group. So you will appoint your team leader per group and also your reporter. So during your break, yung workshop activities, please coordinate, cooperate also with your team. Lahat po dapat mag-share ng mga ideas po nila, kung ano nakita nila ng mga hazard, how to assess the risk, or what are the control measures about it. Kung kailangan po natin magsayaw during icebreaker, please sayaw tayong lahat. Kalimutan muna natin na tayo mga managers. Okay, observe punctuality guys. We will end by 12 and then we will start by 1 and then by 5 o'clock we will end our day 2 BOSH training. Safety officers, are you ready? Handa na ba ang lahat?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Yes. Sabi natin ngayon, we are 50, pero masyadong tahimik kasi online. Pero siguro kung nasa face-to-face tayo ngayon, ang saya natin. Kaya ang ginagawa ko kasi, I'm roaming around sa class, and then tinatawag ko yung yung mga estudyante namin, yung medyo na inaantok, yun, attention, etc. So, don't worry. Even though now we are virtual right now, okay po. Sige, mute tayo guys. Mga, mute your mic. Opo. We'll do our best that even we are virtual today, kailangan sadya gihapon, na walay matulog. Nga na itong buhaton. Sige, let's have our first discussion. Yesterday, guys, you have tackled about the hazard identification. You know what is hazard, and you know also what are the safety hazard and also the health hazard. Right now, in the first R, okay, is our workshop. You're going to identify potential hazard in every picture and also identify what is the possible health or safety risk or the impact once this hazard will not be controlled. Okay. Yun. Yesterday ba mga safety officers, na-group na ba kayo into 10-5 groups? Hindi pa. Hindi pa, no?
Hindi pa, sir.
I'm requesting also our secretariat in RBA Mandaluyong to help me to group our MDC personnel into 5 groups, no? Para mamaya sa kanilang mga workshop. Okay? So mga 10 members per group po tayo. Let's start, safety officers. Our first workshop is about safety and health hazard identification. So I will give you some review lang po on how to identify potential hazard at site. At the end of this workshop, you safety officers should identify the safety and health hazard on the following photos or process operation activities using the prescribed format of HIRAC. HIRAC is hazard identification, risk assessment and control. Again, it is a hazard identification, risk assessment. You need to assess the risk, okay, and then you need to recommend for control measure. On the portion of the hazard identification, you safety officers should identify the task, the hazard, and also the effect once this hazard will not be controlled. Okay, and also analyze its risk this afternoon. And you're going to discuss also, you will have a group presentation. Discuss in our class your findings or your output for our workshop. Guys, ito po yung ating HIRAC form. This is the complete HIRAC. No, this is not the complete HIRAC. Ito po yung ating gagawin for today. No? Because the HIRAC form is, there is a high portion for hazard identification, for the analysis of the risk, and also what are the control measures in order to make your site safe. Okay. So dito po sa ating activity this morning, we're going to focus, okay, on this portion. Okay. And then, this afternoon, you're going to assess the risk of the hazard that you identify. So ito po yung gagawin ninyo. Bukas, ang inyo po activities is to recommend for control measure. So we will divide the HIRAC into 3 workshops. Okay? Because this HIRAC is very important, safety officers, in order you to plan properly, to recommend properly of different safety programs na dapat i-implement ninyo sa existing workplaces kung saan man kayo na-assign. Kasi ang approach natin ngayon, upon identification of hazard, we need to analyze anong dapat i-priority po natin. Bigyan ng aksyon, pinakauna. Anong list priority? Ano yung mga existing hazard na nangyayari o nakikita natin araw-araw na dapat aksyonan? Yun po ang kagandahan sa paggawa po ng HIRAC sa bawat workplaces kung saan man kayo na-assign. Okay. Moving forward. For this morning, guys, you have 2 hours to make your workshop about hazard identification. You will have this portion lang po. Okay? So it's very important that you will use your desktop or Excel or MS Word in doing this template. Okay? So you will identify the work activity. Identify also the hazard in every work activity that you encountered. And what are the possible risk or health effect or safety effect once this hazard will not be controlled. Safety officers, let's review. We have two general classification of hazard. Ano po ito sila? Ito po ay safety hazard tsaka health hazard. Okay ha? Pagpunta ninyo sa site or workplace, identify these two hazard, or once you encountered a certain hazard, please classify it. Ito ba safety hazard or health hazard? Review po tayo. Safety hazard means the harm result in some kind of injury to the worker. Ang impact niya po ay mag-cause agad ng injury, laceration, contusion, avulsion. Magkadugo dayon o mabuklan. The working conditions where harm to the worker is immediate or violent in nature. That's why usually itong mga safety officer masyadong focus to address the health hazard kasi ang resulta nito is masyadong mabilis once walang control measure na ginagawa. Ang resulta po ng safety hazards, once there is no control measure, will lead into broken bones, cuts, bruises, sprain, loss of limbs, laceration, contusion, open wound. It is also associated with unguarded materials, equipment, machinery, or due to poor housekeeping. No? Exposure ng ating mga matutulis na bagay. Yun po ang usually mga causes po ng mga safety hazard. On the other hand is the health hazard. It is a working condition which result to illness. Once you are exposed with health hazard, magkakasakit po ang ating trabahante. Once ma-expose po sila ng safety hazard, may pwede silang masugatan. Yun ha, ang dalawang kaibahan nila. Safety hazard, masugatan. Health hazard, magkakasakit. It is often latency between exposure and disease. And then the result of this is gradual or matagal pang lumalabas. Health hazard exposure to dangerous substances or conditions such as chemicals, gases, dust, noise, etc. Madali lang po ito siyang i-differentiate. Ulitin ko po, ang safety hazard, masugatan po kayo. Sa health hazard, magkakasakit po kayo. Ganun po. Checking it on detail. Safety hazard. Unsafe working conditions that can cause injury, illness, or death. It is the most common workplace hazard. What are example of health hazard? Hazard due to poor housekeeping, falling or throwing of materials, fall potential, fire hazard, electrocution, machine-related or mechanical hazard, hazardous motion, uncovered open hole, machineries without machine guard, hazard associated with material handling, improper disposal, wet and slippery floor, obstruction to access. Yun ang example po ng safety hazard. Electrical hazard, yun po, no? Anything that can cause fall, unguarded machinery, and moving machinery parts that a worker can accidentally touch on it. Electrical hazards like frayed cords, poor cable management, octopus wiring, okay, unlabeled electrical panel, missing ground pins, improper wiring. Yun ang example ng safety hazard. Anything that can cause spills or trip, such as cord running across the floor. Mechanical hazards such as exposure to hand tools, direct contact with moving parts, or even fire hazard. Yung example nito is yung nangyari po kay Eddie Garcia, no? Si Eddie Garcia namatay during shooting. Bakit po? Kasi habang nagtatrabaho sila doon sa area, may obstruction po na kable doon po sa daanan niya. Na-trip po si Eddie Garcia, okay, na fall face first, resulted to neck injury, leading to fatality. And that example of a safety hazard. Obstruction to access, leading him to trip, causing him to die due to severe neck injury. The second classification of hazard is a health hazard. No? A condition of a premises, a substance, a thing, plant, or animals other than man or solid, liquid, or gas, or combination, or any of them that has likely to have an adverse effect on health or any person. The result of health hazard is illness, Diseases, yun po. Impairment to body system. Magkakasakit po ang tao once exposed po siya sa health hazard. This health hazard has a 4 to 5 subcategory. No? First, due to physical hazard. Ulitin ko po, si physical hazard is under po siya ng health hazard. Bakit po siya physical? Such as exposure to too much noise. Di ba? Too much noise will lead into deafness. Exposure to vibration. Because once exposed to vibration in long period of time will lead to damage to our nerves and blood vessel. Exposure to radiation. Pwede kayong magka-cancer, pwedeng mabaog. Defective illumination or poor illumination. May strain ang ating mata. Can cause disturbance to our vision. Extreme temperature will lead into heat exhaustion or heat stroke. Aside from that is exposure to chemicals. That is part of health hazard. Chemical hazard. Due to exposure to dust, once no protection, pwede magkaroon ng respiratory problem. Exposure to gases. Suffocation. Okay, will damage the lungs. Exposure to vapor, mist, fumes, etc. You are doing welding and then you will inhale the fumes of that welding. It will damage your lungs. Another thing, biological hazard under health hazard. Exposure to by virus, bacteria, fungi, parasite, insect, COVID-19, okay? Insect bites, snake bites, ganun po. Another hazard under health is ergonomics issue. Ergonomics hazard, such as excessive physical exertion, excessive standing, prolonged sitting, prolonged standing, improper motion, poor body mechanics, lifting too much weight. No, we know that the male should not carry beyond 50 kilograms. The female should not carry beyond 25 kg. Okay? Yung mga stressful po na mga body position, that is ergonomics issue. And hindi po nasali dito, part of health hazard is stress. That is a social or psychosocial hazard. Exposure to abuse of alcohol, abusive intake of alcohol, using illegal drugs, exposure to stress, that is part of health hazard. Okay ha? So mamaya po sa hazard natin, you need to identify sa isang certain activity, ano ang inyong nakitang health hazard, ano nakita po nyo na safety hazard, and you should be specific on it. Okay? In this portion, ito pong gagawin po ninyo. Bawat grupo, meron kayong 5 area na dapat nyong i-assess or i-inspect. Okay? You will identify the area, the work activity, okay? The hazard. You will identify safety hazards and then the health hazard. And what are the possible effects once this hazard will not be controlled? I will give you example. Ang work activity is temporary traffic control. Okay ha? What is the possible hazard of the temporary traffic control? Accident due to mobilization of machineries. Di ba? Mandaming sasakyan. Crash by heavy machinery safety. That is safety hazard. Effects, serious or minor injury to bones can lead to fracture or even traffic congestion. Another example of hazard identification. Activities, night works. Don't worry guys, I will show you a picture later on. In night work, based sa kanyang inspection, may nakita siyang hazard. Struck by a vehicle. Struck means nabangga. Public transport and heavy machinery at workstation. That is considered as a safety hazard. Possible effect, once no control, bone fracture. Be specific guys, a safety officer. Another example belongs to a health hazard. There's a certain activity, drilling works. Hazard po niya. No? Prolonged, extremely vibration exposure due to that machinery. No? Effects, white finger because possible na damage ang kanyang nerve tsaka blood vessel. Okay, prolonged use of that hand tools kasi. Another thing, health hazard. Drilling work kasi outside or doing it outdoor. Where activities is drilling work, the hazard is exposed to sand and dust. Inhalation. Effects, respiratory problem, or eye irritation. Guys, you can have a screenshot para may mga example po kayo mamaya sa paggawa ninyo ng inyong hierarch. Okay, screenshot nyo lang po itong mga example. Another example for health hazard. Drilling works again for work activities. Excessive extreme heat. Effect, heat stress, or sweating, or skin redness, fainting, etc. Guys, for your workshop, we will group you into 5 teams, and then every team should have 10 members. Each group should have a laptop, or you will use desktop for presentation. Designate your team leader to present your output. In every photo, because I will show you 5 photos, or in every work activities, like example, admin area, please identify 3 work activities. And then, per work activity, identify safety hazards and health hazards. It's up to you. 2 safety hazard o 3 health, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Basta ha, bawat picture dapat 3 activities ang inyong identify. Per hazard, indicate what is the possible safety or health effect, such as injury or health effect once exposed to that certain hazard. I will give you 2 hours to make this output. Okay? Maybe siguro we will start by we will end 1 hour, and then kailangan matapos natin ito before 10:45. Okay? Ito pong example po ng iyong template na gagawin. Yeah. Na? So ito po. Example is work area, admin office. Please do a screenshot of this. The work area is admin office example ha. Work activity, lifting of materials. Nakita siya tao doon nag-lift ng materials. Don't worry, I will show you the picture later. And then doon po sa lifting of materials, para ma-visualize nyo po, ganito po ipapakita ko sa inyo mamaya. Ganito, no? This is the admin office. You will identify 3 activities of this picture. In every picture, in every work activities, you will identify safety and health hazard. And what are the possible effects? Okay. Next picture is warehouse area. Okay. You will identify also 3 activities on this. Production area. This is your 3rd picture. Okay. And this is your operation area. I will also send the picture of this in your group. Okay. And event area. So you have 5 areas na dapat nyo ma-inspect. Bawat area, dapat at least 3 activities ang inyong i-identify. Okay ha? Ganun po. Example po nito, no, nakita nyo, no, lifting of materials. May taong nag-lift po ng materials. No? Isang activity po yan siya. No? Ganun po, dito, lifting of materials. Ano ang safety hazards nakita ninyo? Tripping hazard. There is a presence of electrical cable laid on the ground. What is the possible safety effect? Once hindi po makita or matanggal yung obstruction to access, injury or fracture to legs and other body pain. Okay ha? Safety hazard of that lifting of materials. A health hazard. Carrying heavy object beyond to allowed weight limit. That is ergonomics issue. What is a possible health effect? Musculoskeletal problem or body pain. Okay, safety officers, please screenshot this sample. Good. No. Ngayon, mga safety officers, you will do this. First picture, 3 activities, and then in every activity, you should identify safety and health hazard, safety and health hazard, safety and health hazard, and possible health effects once that hazard is not being controlled. Another thing is warehouse area, 3 activities or work activities again. Production area, 3 work activities you need to identify. Operation area, 3 activities you need to identify. And event area. Okay ha? Yun lang po ang ating gagawin. please make it cooperate with your group mates in having this workshop. I think it's already 8:45. Good morning, Sir Louie. May groups na po ba sila? I will share po dito sa group chat po natin yung mga pictures and then please save it, safety officers.
Sir Christian, pwede po magtanong.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Nang sir, yung sa groupings po, pwede na lang po kung ano sa area na lang po.
Yeah. Ilang groups po kayo lahat, ma'am?
Ma'am, ay sir, bali 8 po kami na tao dito sa Bacolod po.
Okay. Sige, no problem po. So, how many groups dito po sa batch po natin ngayon?
Mga 54 tao po lahat.
How many groups ba kayo? Kung mag-groupings kayo per area?
Yung iba, isa lang sa kada sir, area.
Yung
Yun.
iba po kasi kada area sir, isa-isa lang or dalawa.
Okay. Ano po suggestion po ninyo? You will have your per area group or and then yung isa dalawa, they will combine together?
Nang yung dito po sana kung okay lang po na kami na lang po para hindi na po kwan sa iba din po sir.
Okay.
Pero yung iba pwede din po sila mag-group sir. According din po sa kanila. Kung okay lang po sir.
Yeah, no problem to me. Kung saan po kayo comfortable na magawa niyo pong workshop niyo, it's okay for me.
Thank you po sir.
Can you even may access ba kayo dito sa I'm not familiar with Zoom kasi. Do you have access na you can group yourself together sa break chat sa break room po natin? Pwede
Sa
ba?
chat lang po sir.
Sa chat lang kayo.
Yes lang po, opo.
Ito na lang gawin natin. Sa chat box ninyo, i-chat nyo lang yung group number, group name, tapos mga members, and then Sir Louie will do the breaking po.
Sige po sir. Thank you po.
Iloilo branch o Iloilo area, Cebu area, parang ganun. And then mga next
Apo.
po. Para gawin po ni Sir Louie yung break room.
Sige po. Thank you po sir.
Thank you po. Already guys, as safety officer, I already sent the pictures, no? So please save it para ma-idea po kayo.
Ngayon ako, sibut na pula po, tulog ka buko kung gibutang diri.
Ito na, upat pwede ka nanda.
Kung survivor na lang po.
Kasi yun
Ma'am, kung survivor na lang, ma'am.
Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Iloilo branch. Ito na lang po, no? Kasi nagawa na pala ni RBA Mandaluyong ang inyong grupo 5 groups. 5 groups po tayo. Okay? So we we will go outside to our comfort room, no? Para mag-close kayo. Okay, sir, please proceed, Sir Louis. Group them into 5 groups. At least they will have new connection na naman ngayon.
Okay, sir. Okay po.
Thank you, guys. Please save, guys, the pictures. Good luck. And then by what's this? 10:30, we will start the presentation, safety officer. Please appoint your group leaders. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you po.
Minimums then doon po i-add yung numbers. Hi, Sir Louis.
Paki-accept na lang po yung ano sa room breakout.
Sir Louis.
Hello, sir.
Sir, can you also make me a co-host para may access ako doon sa
Okay po. Sige po.
Thank you. Si Ma'am Stephanie, hindi pa po nakapasok sa breakout.
Ma'am Stephanie, room 4 po kayo.
Sir, anong group po? Sir, may I know kung anong group ako?
Group 4 po, ma'am. Room number 4.
Number 4. Number 4 po ba? Iyan na, ang mga baliw, hindi ba sa akin? Ito ang nga daw, sorry naman. Dito ka lang kanto na. Sir, wala pa po nag-invite sa akin na room. Room 5 pa lang. Hindi, room 4.
Sa ano? Hello, Ma'am Melodina. Pa-accept po sa room 5. Hello, Ma'am. Pa-accept po sa room number 5. Hello po. Paki-accept po yung sa mga rooms. Thank you po.
Hello, welcome back. Safety officers, kumusta?
Hi po.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Ang taas ng ano ninyo.
Hello po.
Hello, sir.
Time. Okay, ready na po for presentation?
Hindi pa po.
Hindi pa po. Sige, i-finalize niyo po yan siya. Either you will use PowerPoint, MS Word, or Excel. Okay lang po. No? So, meron na kayong sinong presenter per group or the group leader?
Yes, sir. Meron na, sir.
Good. Sige po. We will have a random presentation. Na? So, the first presenter will be group number... Okay, group number 4. To be followed by group number 2. And then group number 5, 1, and then 3. Yun po ang ating order po ng ating presentation. The first presenter will be group number 4, to be followed by group number 2, 5, 1, and 3. Kindly hold on, guys. I'll answer my...
Sige, i-apple. So, Jonas, pwede pa-send sa Viber or... Huh?
Sir, magsa-start na po ba?
Okay, let's all welcome group number 4. Yan siya. So, sir, you may share your presentation. Group number 4.
Hello, everybody. Good morning po. So, ito po ang presentation namin sa group
Mute po
4.
yung mic. Yung iba po, please mute your mic. Yung presenter lang po mag-turn on ng mic. Thank you. Okay, Ma'am Stephanie, proceed po.
Okay, so we have sa picture area sa admin office. Under po sa work activity, smoking in the office area. Ang hazard po is safety hazard, presence of light materials.
Ma-share screen po yung table ninyo.
Sir, i-screen share po ba?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Okay ba yan, sir?
I think yung ibang kasama nun naka-turn on ang mic.
Sir, okay na po ba?
Okay. Hindi po siya na-present po sa Excel or MS Word or PowerPoint?
Sir, okay lang ba na ganyan or we have to change the position? Transfer.
Okay. Hindi nyo pa ba siya code doon po sa MS po, sa PowerPoint or MS Word? Dulat niyo po. Sinulat niyo. You're using only cellphone, Stephanie? You're only using your phone?
Sir, mobile phone na kasi ang gamit namin po.
Okay, I understand. Okay po. So, meron ba kayong member na using desktop or laptop?
Wala po, sir.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. You may proceed. Sige po. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, let's go, sir, or you just want to read
Yeah, no problem. You may read your presentation.
What about, sir, kung i-picture ko na lang and then i-send ko na lang, screen share ko na lang po?
Better po. Mas maganda, ma'am. Take a photo and share screen it.
Okay, sir. Okay po.
Sige. Let's proceed muna sa na lang. Sa group number 2, ay mabalikan natin ang group number 4. Thank you for that, Stephanie. Take time po. Okay? And now, let's proceed to group number 2.
Okay.
Okay, who will present for group number 2? Okay. Anyone from group number 2?
Sir Jonas.
Okay.
Sir Jonas.
Mamel, paas ako, Mamel. Wala akong boses. Totoo. Ano ba?
Okay. Group number 2. Yan. Thank you for that.
Okay, lahat. May sa group 2, may problema sa mouth. Pero sir, try namin to, sir.
Sige po, Sir Jonas.
Ma'am Sharon, pakikoon. Yung event area. Yung unstable po yung internet ko. Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Ay, na, sir, share screen na namin, tapos i-ano mo lang.
Okay, sige. Yan. Yung
Yan.
sa Ayan, yung sa admin area. Okay. Yung sa admin area, na yung work activity is yung lifting. Yung hazard, tama ba? Yung health hazard is lifting objects beyond weight limit that will cause injury or accidents. Then, tapos yung possible effects is severe back pain.
Yun lang. Oo.
Ay, malaki ko. Nakot naman mic.
Binuhali ko sa ulo. Yung number 2 is tripping. Yung safety hazard is cable wire is on the floor. Tapos yung possible effects is may cause fracture or injury. Then smoking, health hazard may smoking inside the workplace. Health hazard is inhalation of undesired chemicals from cigarettes. Then safety hazard may cause fire if not disposed properly. Yung possible effects ng health hazard is may cause lung cancer and other respiratory disorders. And yung sa safety hazard may cause fire if not properly disposed. And sa warehouse area, work activity, spills of water or chemicals on the floor, hazard, safety hazard, slippery floor, yung health hazard, inhalation or chemicals or content of chemicals on the skin. Yung possible effects ng safety hazard may cause injury and accidents. Yung health hazards may cause skin irritation. And respiratory disorders. Yes. Number 2, work activity is climbing using 2 boxes. And yung safety hazard, risk from falling. Possible effects is risk for fall that may result to injury. Then number 3, work activity is unsanitized environment. Safety may cause trippings. Possible effects may cause accidents and injury. Health hazards, unhygienic environment that may cause viruses, bacteria, may cause or may acquire illnesses and infections. Number 3. Sharon, event. Production. Production area. Work activity. No PPEs inside the workplace. Health hazard. Unprotected from chemicals and exposure to chemicals. Possible effects may cause skin cancer and respiratory disorders. Safety hazards may visitors not wearing PPEs. Tapos yung possible effects is prone to accidents. Tapos number 2, spills of hot oil on the floor. Safety hazards, slippery floor. The possible effects, prone to accidents that may cause or that may result to broken bones or fractures. Health hazards, exposure to hot chemicals Possible effects is prone to respiratory disorders. Then number 3, work activity, extreme room temperature, health hazard, physical hazard. High temperature may cause or may result to hypertension and other conditions and other health conditions. Then, okay na. Then safety hazard, exposure to extreme room temperature may result to loss of consciousness that may lead to accident such as head and body injury. Head trauma and body injury.
Sana, dire na ako nang tingin ko.
Huh?
Dire na ako.
Green yun na, okay, nakakon na. Mag-i-echo.
Pag ikaw, wala nga naka-speaker.
Event area, work activity, man or employees climbing using the ladder. Safety hazard is ladder is unbalanced. The ladder is also broken. Possible effects, falling that may result to injury and bone fractures. Tapos, work activity, scattered cable wires on the floor. Safety hazard, trippings. Tapos, possible effect may result to accidents. Tapos, garbage or loitering. Tapos, health hazard, garbage not well disposed. May result to infections.
That is it. Pansin.
Pasensya na po sa boses, sir. Lahat ng group 2 may sakit sa lalamunan. Ano, Mamel? Si Mamel. Lahat ng nasa group 2 may sakit sa lalamunan. Sir Christian, tapos na po, sir. Salamat.
Thank you for that, Sir Jonas. Okay, and that is group number 2. Okay, thank you for that effort, Sir Jonas. Safety Officer Jonas. And now let's proceed to group number 4. Let's go back to the presenter. Okay. Sino ang magpe-present ng group number 4? Yun. Thank you for that, Sister Ernie.
Ano yung may report?
Hello sir, good morning po ulit.
Good morning.
Group number 4 po kami, mag-present po.
Opo.
So, first, picture area is the admin office. Under po ng work activity is smoking in the office area. Ang safety hazards po is presence of light materials like papers, plastic objects in workplace. Possible effect po is can cause fire in the workplace. And then the health hazards po is non-smoking area, Possible effect is cigarette smoke can cause respiratory disease or asthma. Then, again, sa work activity po, improper sitting position, safety hazards, presence of screwdriver and a hole or damage on the floor tiles. Possible effect is body injuries. Next po is ang health hazard, spilling of coffee in a workplace or in a computer or floor area. Possible effect, body injuries. And then liquid spill on electric wiring, which is present po na on the floor, which may result to electric shock and causes of lacerations or on body parts, or in the end can cause death. Number 3 sa work activity, replacement of light bulb in the office, safety hazard, not using safe ladder. Ang possible effect can cause severe fatalities or maybe body fracture. Health hazard, improper body motion, possible effect, which may cause musculoskeletal disease or neck sprain. Next po is sa event area. Work activity, installation of signages, safety hazard, cable on the ground. Possible effect po is a injury or fracture of the bones. And then sa health hazard, walking for long hours, which may cause leg strain.
Okay.
Then loading and unloading of event materials. Safety hazard is a pile of boxes on the ground. Possible effect, injury or fracture of the bones. Tapos sa health hazard, pot of hot tea not in the proper place. Possible effect can burn. Number 3, sa work activity, we have installing of banners using ladder. Safety hazards, which includes improper positioning of ladder. Possible effect, bruises and fracture of bones. Then under sa health hazard, we have excessive bending of arms, which a possible effect, muscular pain. Next picture is on the production area. Work activity number 1, operating the picking machine, safety hazard, fire hazard. Possible effect po is burning the production area or power loss. Then under the health hazard, extreme temperature experience while operating the machine. Possible effect may be cause hyperthermia or dehydration. Number 2, work activity, we have handling of finished product. A safety hazard, working while the slicer emergency is switched on. Possible effect po is can cause cuts or wounds. Then sa health hazard, not wearing proper PPE, which possible effects which may cause transmission of disease or food poisoning. Number 3, work activity, operating of a vehicle. Safety hazard include driving without concentration or not focusing on the work. Possible effect po is may cause injuries or crashed while running vehicle. Then health hazards, not wearing helmet or any PPE, which may possible effect can cause broken leg fatalities. Then on the operation area, work activity, we have welding activity, safety hazard, material covered in welding area is adaptable by fire. Possible effect and cause fire or burn. Then sa health hazard, exposed to fumes and dust inhalation. And possible effect po dito is a respiratory problem. Now, another is a lifting activity. A safety hazard po is not using hand gloves. Possible effect po dito is hand injury. Then sa health hazard, carrying heavy objects beyond allowed weight. Possible effect po dito is pain or musculoskeletal problem, strain on their bodies, sitting for long period can cause bad posture, heavy lifting may be at risk of injury. Now, the other work activity is a smoking activity. Ang safety hazard po dito is smoking near flammable tank. Mas possible cause po dito is can cause fire or explosion. Then we have sa health hazard po, inhalation of nicotine. Possible effect po dito is respiratory problems. Then the last is the warehouse area. Work activity, climbing a ladder. Safety hazard po dito, no support in holding ladder upon climbing. So possible effect, falling, head injury, or bone fracture. Then health hazard, motion imbalance or knee trembling. Possible effect po dito is falling or nerve problem. Number 2, work activity, we have operating the compression air paint. Safety hazard, unguarded equipment. Possible effect po dito, spraying the paint in the operator's body, which may cause skin irritation. Health hazard, exposure to mist or air paint. Ang possible effect po dito, acquiring respiratory disease or maybe eye problems. Then last, loading of hollow blocks. Ang safety hazard, outbalance or sliding on the floor. Possible effect po dito, maybe a bone injury. Then health hazard, carrying blocks beyond weight. Ang possible effect po dito, muscle pain or on lower extremities. Thank you po, sir.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Steph. Group number 4, maraming salamat po for your presentation. Good. And now let's proceed to the next group, group number 5.
Sir, good morning po.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Mm-mm. Para po sa admin, wait lang sir. Nice. Ito po yung nakita naming mga hazard, yung may mga bilog-bilog. Wait lang. Wait lang sir ah. Sa admin po, lifting materials, ang work activity, yung ano po, safety, tapos yung possible side effect po is injury or fracture. Tapos, lifting materials po, meron pong installation of light bulb in the ceiling. Pwede siya pong mahulog, tapos fracture po yung ano, yung possible health effects. Tapos prolonged sitting. Ito po, yung prolonged sitting. Back pain, tapos musculoskeletal fracture. Dito naman po sa susunod po is warehouse. Yung nakita po namin is wire on the floor. Ito po, yung may bilog. Tapos, leak water on the floor for lifting. Ito po, at leak water, yung may mga bilog, yung tatlo po. Bali sa wire on the floor, pwede siya pong matrip na mag-result po sa fracture. Ang leak po sa water, may open wire po kasi, pwede siya ma-electric shock. Forklifting accident, transport of stock in the crane might bump to his co-employee. Kasi po, ito, yung harap niya lang po, yung may nakaharang po sa kanyang harapan, baka hindi niya makita ang daanan niya. Possible po na madisgrasya siya. Tapos po, dito event area, nakita po namin na poor housekeeping kasi ang gulo-gulo. May mga dito po sa baba. Tapos climbing of ladder. Ito. Tapos presence of electrical wire cable on the floor. Sa poor housekeeping po, improper waste disposal, possible health effects po is illness. Climbing the ladder might fall po injury without proper support. Presence of electrical wire cable on the floor, short circuit might cause burn. Dito po sa production area, ang nakita po namin dito is yung itong tatlo. Improper of handling food, food contamination, and ang possible side effect po is food poisoning, stomach ache, poor housekeeping, oil spillage, sleep on the floor, back injury, moving machinery parts, trapping of workers in the machine, and amputation. Yun lang po, sir.
Maraming salamat, sir. No, dahang salamat for that presentation. Sige po, i-summarize natin mamaya after sa lahat po ng grupo na nagpo-present. And that is group number 5. Now let's proceed to group number 1.
Good morning po, sir. For group number 1 po, sir, I am the one who will be presenting our slides or our activities. For the hazard identification, for the admin officer, the work activity na nakita po namin is doon pong meron pong smoking inside the office, improper garbage disposal, tsaka po yung may incorrect sitting position po. Doon naman po sa may smoking inside the office, yung mga safety hazard tsaka yung sa health hazard po might be magkakaroon po tayo for safety hazard ng fire through doon sa may cigarette butts na that may cause ng sunog. At the same time, yung health hazard, yung chemical na mai-inhale po, galing po doon sa sigarilyo. Tapos, the possible health effect nito sa safety hazard, it might cause burn injuries or suffocation. At the same time, dun sa health hazard, yung fumes na ma-inhale po may can cause lung cancer. Sa improper garbage disposal naman po, yung safety hazard dun is might fall po siya sa poor housekeeping, which may possible health effects. Nag-i-invite po kasi ito ng mga pests or mga cockroaches. Then, sa health hazard, yung biological food may be contaminated na na-expose po doon malapit sa garbage. So, yung possible health effects nito might be ingestion of contaminated food that may lead to health problems that may cause to severe diarrhea. Then, meron pong incorrect seating position po doon, which sa safety hazard, sitting in a tilted chair, this may cause fall, and then the possible health effect may cause body injuries and pains. At the same time, yung health hazard naman po, meron pong ergonomic improper posture po dun sa pagpupo niya. The possible health effects may cause to increased risk of stiffness, yung pain, pressured, tsaka yung tension sa ulo po. Ma'am Cams? Next slide, Ma'am Cams, please. Thank you. Then for the production area, sir, we have seen the machine operation, which is yung safety hazard po doon is wala pong machine guard ng mga protection that na-expose po yung mga limbs nila. The possible health effects that may cause for body injuries that may lead to amputation or loss of the limbs. Then yung health hazard po naman doon is yung no machine guard that may cause excessive noise. So possible health effects may cause din po ng deafness or hindi makarinig. At the same time, may nakita rin po kaming mga liquid spills doon. The safety hazard po doon is poor housekeeping that may cause slides and falls. Then the possible health effects may cause back pain and broken bones and fractures. Sa health hazards naman po, it might be chemical inhalation from the spilled liquid. This may cause pulmonary disease. Then the improper lifting of boxes through material handling boxes that may fall down, that may cause musculoskeletal injuries. Sa health hazard naman, still fall down po siya sa ergonomic by exhaustive physical exertion that may cause po ng bone problem and muscle pain. Next po, yung event area. Meron pong installation of sign using unstable ladder po doon. This for the safety hazard may cause falling po. The possible health effects might be bone fractured and other injuries. Sa health hazard naman po, yung excessive exhaustion. The excessive force used po dun sa balance ng weight niya, maaring mag-unstable po yung ladder. Then, we have the improper garbage disposal. Yung safety, improper grounding exposed wires. Yung safety hazard naman po nito is for the electrical hazard that may cause electrocution. The possible health effects may cause electric shock or burn injuries din po. At the same time, sa health hazard, yung mga cords po doon may can cause cord tripping. Yung possible health effects ng cord tripping may cause exposed wires, yung damaged sockets potentially may injure themselves through electric shock. Then, we found out din po doon merong smoking or the smoking indoors. Yung hazard po for the safety, may fire hazard that may start a fire indoors. Then the possible health effects may burn injuries and fire fatalities. Yung sa health hazard, chemical inhalation din po, since inhalation po for the secondhand smoke. smokers. And then the possible cause po sa health natin might be secondary smoker may cause COPD or lung cancer po.
Ma'am Amor, kindly hold, pakibalik po doon sa ano. Yun. Dito po sa exposed grounding wires, yung safety hazard nyo po, that's good. Electrical potential, no? Electrical hazard. But itong may cause tripping, that is a safety hazard also. If wala kayo makitang health hazard dun sa improper grounding exposed wires, okay lang, you may leave it blank. Pero i-correct ko lang po, itong cord may cause cord tripping, that is a safety hazard.
Okay po, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed, Ma'am Amor.
Thank you, sir. Then for the next area is the operation area. So we found po doon yung may chemical storage po. So yung hazard po doon for the safety might fire hazard because of improper storage of the chemicals, explosion, then it is exposed to fire. So the possible health effects may born injuries and fatalities pa rin po. At the same time, yung health hazard po is the fume inhalation, which is exposed chemical may be inhaled by the workers. And then the possible effect, yung fume na na-inhale nila may can cause lung cancer or lung problem or cancer din po. Another thing is yung lifting. Yung safety hazard po dun, sir, is yung material handling na lifting below waist level. This possible health effect may cause back pain and dizziness din po. The health hazard is ergonomic or extreme exhaustion. This may cause body pain po, sir. Dahil din po sa improper na pag-lift niya ng mga materials. Then yung welding po, sa safety hazard, yung fire hazard pa din po dahil sa spark ng welding. This may cause fire when caught doon sa mga curtains. So the possible health effects may born injuries and fatalities. Then health hazard exposure to sparks. Exposure to spark from welding machine without using the safety goggles. This may cause eye irritation or even blindness po. That's all, sir.
Thank you very much, number one, the group of Ma'am Amor. Ma'am Amor, thank you very much for your presentation. That is excellent. No? Group number one, para kayong mga dating safety officer, can you present again on your slide? Ma'am Amor?
Ma'am Cams, kindly present our slides, Ma'am Cams. Thank you.
Ano lang po doon. Ma'am Amor,
Sige po, wait po.
that is a group, ano no? That is a group.
Yes, kami. Send po yung slide. Sige po.
Sige po, yung sa group number one presentation, yun, kindly zoom, yun po. Safety officers, have you observed po yung output po ng group number one? It is very clear and very specific, no? Something like this. Work activity, smoking inside the building. The hazard they identify is fire hazard because cigarette butts may start a fire. No? If you are putting a hazard, ano yung nakita nyo na pwede mag-cause po ng aksidente? No? So sabi nila, the cigarette butts may start a fire. So not only that, smoking is not enough, but we should put it very specific. Another thing, in a health hazard, inhalation of smoke from cigarette, that is a health hazard. The effect may cause cancer. Yung cigarette butts can start a fire. The effect is can cause burn injuries or etc. Ma'am, kindly another slide po, another sample. Next slide po. Yun. Example po dito. Installation of signage using unstable ladder, that is the activity. Okay? The hazard they put is, the safety hazard is, that is a fall potential, may cause fall. So, they are putting very specific wordings to identify what is the hazard they highlighted. Hazard by definition is anything that can result to injury, first aid cases, fatality, or property damage. No? Not only that, using ladder, putting example, hazard portion, and then you will write using ladder. Using ladder is not a hazard. But what is in using ladder can be considered as a hazard. Something like that. Excessive exhaustion, no? Can cause excessive force used to balance weight while using unstable ladder. Another example is smoking indoors, hazard because indoor something like that. Yun lang po mga safety officer. Ang gusto ko lang makita talaga is you should put very specific that that certain thing could be considered as a hazard that has a potential to cause harm to us, has a potential to cause injury or illnesses. Okay, so very good. Group number 1. No, yun nakita ko talaga yung anong dapat na ilagay natin doon sa ating hazard identification. Okay? So sa other group, you're also doing your best. Pero ito sa group number 1, ito yung very clear na dapat isulat po natin. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And now let's proceed to the last group, group number 3. Third percent, group number 3.
Ay, wait lang. Ara na. Hello, good morning. We are the group 3 and we are about to present the hazard identification. So in the hazard identification, there were given 5 work areas, the site and 3 work activities, and to identify the safety and health hazard and their possible health effects. So first area is the event area. In the event area, number 1, work activity is the smoking near electrical lines. So we can see, we can see here, merong merong person na nagsusmoke near sa electrical lines. So the first hazard is the safety hazard. It can cause a fire hazard, which there is a presence of electrical cable on the ground and open wire on the speaker's microphone. Regarding sa health hazard naman, chemical hazard, secondhand smoking near the other people inside the event area or the venue, and there is an exposure to harmful substances. Sa possible health effects, sa safety, it can cause burns, severe injuries, and can even lead to death. Health possible effects, health hazard, respiratory problems due to inhalation of harmful substance and can cause also lung cancer. Number 2, work activity cited is the event staff using a ladder without assistance. So here, ayun lang. Makikita na yung staff naglalagay ng parang tarp sa wall and wala siyang kasamang mag-a-assist sa kanya na mag-assist ng ladder or sige, mag-assist ng ladder. Tapos sa safety, mechanical hazard, yan, the staff can cause fall. Sa health effects naman, musculoskeletal problem and body pains. Sa health hazard, ergonomic, improper motion and balance. Pwede siyang ma-out of balance that can cause also fall and severe injuries, fracture, and other body pain for possible health effects. Number 3, speaker using open wire microphone. Sa stage, we cited na open wire po yung mic, and sa safety hazard po, it can cause fire, presence of open electrical wire in the mic, and presence of open electrical wire in the mic. So it can cause burns and severe injuries and even death. Health hazard, physical hazard, exposure to electricity. And it can cause electric burns and shock and even also death. Next area, warehouse area. First work activity is climbing the ladder. Hazard, safety hazard, it can cause fall, no safety gear, imbalanced ladder footing. We can see also here na wala rin pong nag-a-assist sa kanya. Tapos parang hindi rin ano yung hindi rin po proper yung pag-ano niya. O walang nag-a-assist. Then sa health, improper posture in climbing, exposed to nicotine since the employee is smoking. Health effects, musculoskeletal problem, lung problem, and disease. Work activity. Number 2, lifting of crates. The safety hazard, imbalanced position of crates, no protective gear. And health effects, falling of crates can lead to health injury, can cause hand-related injury. In health hazard, carrying of heavy objects and not using of protective mask. Okay. Health effects can cause back pain and lung problems since um medyo na wala na po sa limit yung ano yung objects na maka-cause ng kanyang back pain in the future. Next, number 3, crane lifting. The safety hazard, pipes being carried can fall off. Pipes are scattered on the floor. The possible effects, severe injury to the employees working, tripping of workers, and health hazard, scattering dust, and can cause lung problems. Number 3, production area. Work activity number 1, no PPEs for visitors. Safety hazard, can trip off on spilled oil. Severe leg injuries can happen if hindi po na
Linisan.
health, yes ma'am, thank you. Health hazard, exposure to too much heat and food contamination, and possible effect, hyperthermia can cause diarrhea and foodborne disease. Next is handling of raw materials near the machinery. Safety hazard, machine-related, handling of machinery without care, direct contact with moving parts in the slicer. Makikita po dito na yung kamay po ng isang worker is near na po sa slicing machine and pwede pong mangyari na makat po yung yung kamay niya. Tapos ano to? Possible health effects, severe hand injury and amputation. Health hazard, ergonomic hazard, improper motion, and prolonged standing. And the effects could be severe hand injury and amputation. Number 3, work activity, presence of unnecessary materials, or for example, the beverage near the staff, putting above the working station machine. Safety hazard, fire, electrical hazard, spills near the machinery which can cause fire and electrocution on the working employee. And the effects could be burns, electric shock, and even death. For health hazard, biological hazard may cause contamination on the finished product. Since production area po yun, dapat wala pong mga foreign objects or anything na hindi po related sa production or mga items po na hindi related. Then yung health effects, yun po, food poisoning, diarrhea, and other foodborne diseases. Next po is yung admin area. Work activity number 1, smoking in a closed area. For safety hazard, fire hazard with presence of flammable materials. Sa health effects po, serious injury and damage to building and equipment. Health hazard, exposed to hazard effect of smoking and secondhand smoke for co-employees. And the effects, respiratory problems. Number 2, lifting of heavy materials. Safety hazard, tripping hazard with presence of electric cable. Dapat po kasi yung mga cable wires po dapat nasa gilid or hindi dapat dapat nasa tamang nasa tamang lalagyan or nasa
Yung
side
hallways
with
natin clear.
yes po. Tapos sino ko 'to gani? Health effects, injury and fractures to arms and legs. Next is health hazard, ergonomic hazard, carrying heavy materials beyond allowed weight limit. And health effects could be muscle and body pains. Number 3, work activities, improper posture in repairing with poor housekeeping. Safety hazard, electrical hazard with presence of open wirings near the working area. And the health effects, electrocution and burns. Health hazard, ergonomic hazard, prolonged improper body posture in repairing the machine. And the possible health effects could be muscle and body pains. Thank you po. Ay sorry, may operation area po. Next, operation area, work activity number 1, smoking. Safety hazard, there is a presence of flammable objects such as gas. Then the possible health effects cause ignition and burst, explosion leading to burns and even death. Health hazard, inhaling harmful substance such as nicotine. And the possible effects can cause lung illness and risk for other developing condition such as CHD, stroke, heart attack, and work activity number 2, welding. Safety hazard, working without protective gear such as welding helmet, face shield, and safety goggles. Dito po sa picture makikita po, ito yung nagwe-welding. Hindi po siya naka-protective gear na maka-cause po ng eye irritation niya. And other body and injuries po. Next, sa health is inhalation of metal fumes, chemical hazard. Health effects, respiratory problems, or worse, lung cancer. Number 3, activity walking. Safety hazard, there is the presence of oil spill on the floor and open manhole. Tripping hazard, there is presence of boxes in staircases. Injury, health effects, injury, fall hazard, slip on the floor which can cause fractures and body pains. Health hazard, presence of uncovered harmful or poisonous chemicals on the ground. And the health effects can cause mild to severe respiratory distress. Thank you po.
Yun, maraming salamat Ma'am Crizel. Group number 3. Okay, very good. No, you're also very specific on your presentation. I'd like also to appreciate yung sa safety hazard ninyo, sa health hazard ninyo, na nilalagyan nyo pa talaga kung anong kinds of health hazard siya, either a physical hazard, chemical hazard, ergonomics, bio, or ano pa ba. So that's good, guys. How will you know that it is considered as a health hazard? Kung pasok po siya doon sa loob po na 5, such as, kung nabilong ba siya sa physical hazard, exposure of too much noise, poor illumination, presence of radiation, okay, presence of pressure, too much heat or high temperature. Or kung nabilong ba siya sa chemical hazard, exposure to dust, fumes, gases, okay, or other chemicals. Exposed ba siya sa biological substances such as virus, bacteria, animals, insects, okay? Exposed ba siya dun sa ating ergonomics issue, body positioning, or exposed ba siya sa stress? So kung andun siya sa 5, pasok siya dun sa health hazard para hindi po tayo mahirapan. Okay? Thank you very much, group number 3. Okay, now, thank you. Okay, ma'am, pwede niyo pa exit. Sa lahat po ng group, group 1 to 5, very good. Congratulations po sa inyong first step sa inyong hierarch. Now, this afternoon, yung existing nyo po na hierarch ngayon, or pwede nyo po i-edit, lalagyan natin ng risk assessment mamaya. We will prioritize. Ano yung high risk hazard natin, yung medium risk, tsaka yung mga low risk. There is a certain computation. The probability times the severity. Okay, tuturuan namin kayo mamaya paano mag-compute And then the higher the number, the higher the risk of that certain hazard. Okay? Please keep your documents right now, no? Duwagan nato, no, mag-extend pa tayo ng additional column doon sa table ninyo. Yung other groups, pwede nyo rin po siya i-edit para may final natin this afternoon. Okay? And tomorrow will be the last stage of the hierarchy is to put control measure in every hazard that you identified. Okay? Maraming salamat, Group 1 to Group number 5, especially po sa ating mga presenter natin. Now, let's have our second topic this morning will be the WEM, the Work Environment Measurement. It's now 11:30, no? So maningkamot ta na mahumanta pag alas 12 para dili ta malit sa atong paniud to. Okay, so yun po. Work Environment Measurement. Ano po itong WEM na tinatawag? This commonly implemented dun po sa ating mga industries na very involved po with different chemicals or other biological factors that can cause illness to our people while they are in duration of their employment sa ating mga workplaces. The objective of this topic is you safety officer should identify the equipment used by the industrial hygienist and discuss the evaluation of work environment measurement and to tackle also the importance of work environment measurement. Safety officer, in discussing WEM, we are more focused on the health hazard aspect of our people. No? The exposure of chemicals, no? Chemical hazard existing in our site. No? The presence also of other biological factors na pwede makasakit ang ating mga tao. Such as there is a presence of dust, fumes, mist, na andyan po araw-araw, nakapalibot lang po sa ating mga tauhan na pwede po sa ating mga tauhan sa magitan po ng pag-inhale nila, nahawakan or through skin contact because there's no skin barrier such as provision of proper PPE or accidentally na-ingest po nila yung certain chemical. Same thing po nangyari doon sa aming site dati na yung isang thinner nilagay po sa labeled chemical and then akala ng aming worker that is the drinking water. And then nainom niya po yung thinner. Mabuti na lang tinting effect na vomit niya po agad yung thinner but still na-burn ang kanyang throat. Okay. And then once that certain chemical or that chemical hazard will enter our body, the different body systems will be affected also. Either dahil ano lang po siya, local ang impact niya, ang delikado, if it is a systemic effect that will damage the vital organs. No, yung mga significant systems po natin, the respiratory system, digestive, the nervous, etc. And then pwede rin mapalabas yung mga sobrang mga chemicals na ating napasok sa katawan, but still it will damage our tissues, can cause illnesses later on. Industrial hygiene. This is a science that deals with the recognition of potential hazard, specifically on health hazard, evaluation of its concentration, and implementation of control measure based on the recommendation of our industrial hygienist of the environmental hazard and stresses arising in and from the workplaces which may impair the health, cause illness or discomfort, and efficiency among our workers. We have different types of health hazard, guys. We have chemical hazard, ergonomics, biological, and we have the physical hazard. Okay, review lang po tayo. Because physical hazard such as exposure to extreme temperature, masyadong mainit, exposure to extreme pressure, exposure to radiation, too much noise, okay, insufficient or too much lighting, or even exposure to vibration. Those things are under physical hazards which belongs to a health hazard. Another health hazard is a chemical hazard, such as presence of solvents, dust, fumes, or even smoke. Okay, or exposure to mist. Another part also of this health hazard is the biological hazard, such as exposure to bacteria, virus, fungi, enzyme, other micro or macroorganism that can cause infection to our body. Okay? Example of it is the exposure of SARS-CoV-2 that can lead us into COVID-19. Or nakagat po tayo ng lamok carrying a dengue virus causing us na magka-dengue po yung mga tauhan natin. Okay, moving forward is ergonomics hazard as part of the health hazard, such as improperly designed tools or work areas, improper lifting or reaching, poor conditions, visual conditions rather, repeated motion in awkward position. Guys, as part of our industrial hygiene is recognition of hazard. Recognition of different hazard can be accomplished by conducting walkthrough, conducting safety and health inspection, roaming around in your area to identify potential things that can lead us to injury or diseases, reviewing the process involved while they have ongoing operation. Another thing is knowing the raw materials being used, the products and the byproducts. And we are maging alam lang po natin kung anong klaseng chemicals po yun siya or hazardous things behind it if we will review the SDS of that certain chemical. Gathering of workers complain because they are the one involved on that certain hazardous area. And also reviewing or having this material safety data sheet as produced by the suppliers. Safety officer, if you have any chemicals na gagamitin nyo po sa inyong mga workplaces or itatambak nyo po sa inyong mga workplaces, okay, dapat meron kayong SDS or the safety data sheet or material safety data sheet. Lahat ng chemicals na andyan sa inyo na inyong gagamitin, dapat maghingi po kayo sa supplier or manufacturer ng kanyang MSDS or SDS. It is a certain document, guys, no, na a summary of important health and safety and toxicology information of that certain chemical or mixture or the ingredients. Para yan siyang etiquette, para yan siyang drug literature na inyong mga gamot. Lahat ng detalye na nakapaloob doon sa certain chemical na yon ay nakasulat po doon. Dapat aware po tayo in order as to become prepared on what to do in case we will handle that chemicals or we are prepared of the PPE to be used in case we are going to use that certain chemical. Ano po ang mga content nitong SDS or itong MSDS? The identification of the chemicals, the name of that certain chemical, the composition, the information or ingredients, the hazard identification, no? The first aid measure in case somebody will ingest that certain chemical, in case a certain person have a direct contact to his skin with a certain chemical. Ano mga first aid things na dapat gawin po natin para ma-relieve in pain, burn, or irritation ang ating mga pasyente? The firefighting measures, is that chemical is flammable or combustible? Is that a type A fire? Type B or C, whatever? Okay lang ba na in case masusunog yan, tubig ang ating pangtapon doon? Yun. So nakalagay doon sa ating SDS what kind of fire in case may emergency na may nangyayari. Accidental release measures, handling and storage. Saan dapat natin siya itatambak? Okay lang ba sa closed air? Or dapat should be well ventilated? Dapat ba dim ang area niyan? Or bawal ang ganitong certain temperature? Baka sasabog ang ganyang chemicals. Or what kind of PPE to be used in handling that certain chemical? The physical and chemical properties, stability and activity, the toxicological information, ecological information, disposal consideration. Okay lang ba itatapon siya as part or kasama with our general waste? Or dapat considered siya as a has waste materials na dapat separate po siya and dapat meron siyang contractor na mag-collect nun and well recorded to be reported that to DNR. The transport information, the regulatory information or other information, katulad sa aming site dati, we have a certain chemical na dapat ipaalam pala sa PDEA kasi that certain chemical is an ingredient in making shabu. May certain chemical rin kami na dapat ipaalam namin sa police Kasi reagents din siya in making bomb. And lahat ito malalaman natin if we have this SDS or MSDS. Okay? That is part of our administrative control, safety officer. Another thing is evaluation of health hazard. Sa magitan po ng work environment measurement. Work environment measurement is a sampling and analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working environment. Ginagawa po natin ang WEM o work environment measurement para ma-measure natin if a certain workplace is safe and healthy, conducive para sa ating mga tauhan habang sila po nagtatrabaho doon. Titingnan po natin concentration ng contaminants na existing doon sa area na yon sa magitan po nagpagkandak ng working environment measurement. And there's a specific DOLE department order, okay, governing or guiding us on how to implement this WEM. There is a department order 160-16 that is a guidelines for the accreditation and consultation organization to provide work environment measurement services. According to the OSH standard rule 1070, the WEM shall be performed by the safety and medical personnel who have taken adequate trainings and experience. Bawal po na kahit sino lang magkandak po ng WEM or the working environment measurement. Dapat ang isang person is well-trained. If you have the internal WEM provider or kung wala man kayo, you can ask for accredited agency, accredited group by the OSH Center to perform this WEM activity in your establishment. But sa inyo po, no problem ha sa MDC. Kasi hindi ito masyadong applicable sa inyo in conducting WEM. Pero yung mga planta, manufacturing, okay, mga power plants, kailangan mag-conduct talaga ng WEM to see to it that safe pa ba ang kanilang area with different contaminants existing habang ongoing ang kanilang operation. According to the OSH standard 1077.03, the working environment measurement, okay, shall include temperature, humidity, pressure, illumination, ventilation, and concentration of substance and noise measurement. Yun po ang titingnan natin while conducting WEM activity. The employer shall carry out the WEM in indoor or other workplaces where hazardous work is performed and shall keep a record such as measurement or the result of the devices, which shall be made available to the enforcing authority. The WEM shall be performed only by the accredited organization, trained personally, to be performed periodically as may be necessary, but not longer than annually. So at least once a year, gawin po natin ang WEM measurement or activity. The WEM measurement shall be performed by the safety and medical personnel, well-trained, according to the Bureau. In the event of inability to perform the WEM measurement, your management shall commission the OSH Center or DOLE concerned and other institution who are accredited organization to conduct this to our company. Okay? May mga third-party organization to conduct WEM activity. But see to it, the third-party organization is accredited by the OSH Center. Okay. The prohibition in practicing WEM. Establishment shall only seek WEM services from accredited WEM providers by OSH Center, and no person or organization shall be allowed to hire to provide WEM services unless the requirement of these rules are complied with. No? So dapat po trained personnel if that is internal industrial hygienist or third-party organization. What are the purpose of conducting WEM? Okay. To determine the worker's exposure to harmful level of the hazardous substances and physical agents in your workplaces. Titingnan natin, healthy pa ba ang area na yon? Kumusta ang level of noise, exposure to chemicals, etc. To evaluate both actual and potential exposure to environmental hazard encountered by your workers. Another thing, to utilize obtained measurements for recommendation, appropriate control measures in your workplace to minimize the exposure level if not eliminated, and to maintain working environment that's free from hazardous condition and exposure. Guys, in conducting WEM, you need a lot of devices. May mga companies na, ayaw namin magkuha ng third-party organization. magpa-training na lang kami ng personnel as our internal WEM, okay, specialist. Or magpa-training na lang kami ng personnel namin to conduct web activity. Yes, makakatipid kayo, but still, you need to have your own devices to measure these environmental factors. And these devices should be calibrated, such as the lux meter, no? Checking for the light, the illumination. Example, anemometer, checking the air movement. Globe thermometer, checking the heat. The sound level meter, checking the noise. No, kung sufficient enough pa ba siya or conducive pa ba siya sa human working environment, or even purchasing gas detectors to check the presence of oxygen, H2S, or other pollutant na mga gas present on that certain area. Ito po yung mga sample devices po, mga sir at mga ma'am, in conducting WEM activities. Medyo mahal po siya and it should be calibrated from time to time. Minsan din po, itong mga devices na ito, siya po rin po magsasabi na, or expired na po siya, need for calibration, para accurate rin po yung mga nababasa po dyan na resulta. Okay. Yun po, no? Sa amin po, if you are conducting a confined space activity, we're having a gas detector. We're checking for the presence of flammable gases inside, or ina pa ba ang level ng kanyang oxygen na hindi po masuffocate yung mga tao namin sa loob ng confined space area. We have different types of environmental monitoring, guys. This is in area environmental sampling, noise in workroom, and gases in confined spaces. We are putting devices in a certain area to check the environment. Kumusta ba ang ingay na napuproduce po ng ating machine? Okay? Kumusta po ang level ng gas existing on that area? And that example of area environmental sampling as part of WEM activities. Okay? Another thing na, checking the water, humidity, they're using different devices naman po. Okay. Environmental sampling is the measurement of contaminants concentration in the workroom. The measuring devices is placed adjacent to the worker's normal workstation or at fixed locations in the work area. This kind of monitoring does not provide a good estimate of workers' exposure, but helps to pinpoint work areas with high or low exposure level of contaminants. Hindi po ito nag-check kung ilang porsyento po ang nahihigop ng tao, but to identify saang portion ng inyong location sa workstation ang mataas ang concentration ng contaminants or less ang concentration ng contaminants. Sa environmental sampling, we are always focusing on the work area, if that is conducive to be worked by people or not. Okay. We have also a personal sampling. Ang personal sampling naman po, it is not the environment being checked, but putting the device very near sa body part po ng person. No? Sa personal sampling, the measurement of a particular employee's exposure to airborne contaminants. The measuring device is placed as close as possible to contaminants entry port of the body. For example, when monitoring a toxic air contaminants, the measuring device is placed close to the worker's breathing zone, malapit po sa bunganga o sa ilong. The data collected closely to the approximates the concentration of contaminants to which workers is exposed. Now, itong device naman po sa personal sampling, we're putting it very close kung saan po ang mode of entry ng mga contaminants or mga chemicals. Malapit po sa bunganga o sa ilong para we can determine gaano ka-thick or level of mga contaminants ang kanyang nahihigop habang andyan po siya sa area na yon. Okay? Evaluation of environmental parameters. Determination of the magnitude of level of hazard with the use of industrial hygiene equipment, and it should be calibrated. Analysis of samples and comparison of measurement result to the standard threshold limit value. The standard is regulatory requirement established and published by the agency or the government to serve as a criteria for measuring compliance with allowable normal values. No? So may mga standard po tayo kung ilan lang po ang level na safe to use or healthy to use. Ganun po. But these guidelines or standard, no, in content. They do not create any new legal obligation to alter existing obligation created by standard or regulation. This is only a guidelines, but this is not a law. Yun ang pambasihan natin kung nasa normal level pa ba ang contaminants kung saan po nagtatrabaho ang ating mga tao. Example po nito is yung threshold limit value, the TLV. This is a time-weighted average, represents the time-weighted average concentration of a toxic substances over a normal 8-hour workday and 40 hours work week, to which nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed every day without any adverse effect to be encountered. Example po nito, ito mga threshold limit value ng mga chemicals like the benzene, kailangan dapat once they will measure it, huwag po susobra sa 0.5 ppm. If there's a presence of acetone, dapat huwag po magsobra sa 250 ppm ang kanyang exposure doon sa area na yon. Okay? So may mga standard na po nakalagay sa OSH standard na yun ang basihan ng ating mga industrial hygienist. Okay. Another thing, yung noise, dapat daw na hindi sosobra sa 90 decibels ang ingay habang tayo po nagtatrabaho. Pero if andyan tayo sa isang area and then they will measure the noise exposure, umabot na po siya ng 90 decibels, dapat kailangan na magsuot ng hearing protection. Ang meaning po nito, if you're working in the environment reaching the noise of already 90 decibels, you are not allowed to work there more than 8 hours without wearing any hearing protection. Another thing, if you're working in the environment with a noise reaching 100 decibels, you are not allowed to work there more than 2 hours without wearing hearing protection. So sa aming ginagawa po during our safety inspection, pag-check namin sa ingay, umabot na siya 90 decibels, nagre-require na po kami ng pagsuot ng earplug or mag-earmuff ang aming mga tauhan. Okay. Moving forward, how about the lights? No? We're also checking yung presence po ng ilaw, kung sufficient pa siya or healthy pa ba para sa ating mga tauhan. The unit of measuring the light is the lux. That's why we have a lux meter. Example of this, if your activity related to yard, roadways, outside, no, or pavement, kailangan dapat aabot po siya ng 20 lux. Hindi bababa sa 20 lux ang ilaw niya. Another thing, kung ang trabaho mo is where site discrimination of details is essential, such as production of semi-finished iron or steel products, kailangan huwag magbaba sa 100 lux ang kanyang ilaw na pinoprovide. Don't worry, kung magkakandak po ng WEM activity ang ating mga WEM specialist, they will give you what is the result and what is the standard, and they will also give you what are the recommendations to be done to make your site healthy at all times. In summary and conclusion, safety officer, the Rule 1071 of the OSH standard establishes threshold limit value for toxic and carcinogenic substances and physical agents which may be present in the atmosphere of the work environment. This TLV refers to the airborne concentration of substances and represents condition under which it is believed that nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed daily without any adverse effect. Kung ang TLV natin is, kung ang result ng contaminant sa iyong palibot, hindi pa magsusobra doon sa TLV na sinasabi ng OSH standard, that means healthy pa ang work environment ng ating mga tauhan. Once sobra na po ang result ng findings with the TLV based on the standard, therefore, there should be proper safety control measure to be implemented para hindi po magkasakit ang ating mga workers. Contaminants should not exceed the normal TLV in order to maintain a healthful working condition. Air sampling and area monitoring is important to identify the level of exposure. When sampling and analysis carried out in respect to the atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of the working environment for the purpose of determining actual conditions herein. Okay? And that's all for our work environment measurement. Guys, it's already 12 for your lunch break. So mamaya po, no, this afternoon, so we will start at exactly 1 o'clock, safety officer. We will discuss about the medical surveillance or the occupational health matters of the OSH. And then before we will have our dismissal, we will do the the second part of our hierarchy, which is the risk assessment. So yung kaninang output nyo po, wag nyo po itapon na, mag-continue pa rin tayo. Same hazard, but lalagyan natin ng risk assessment lang po. Okay? So maraming salamat mga safety officers sa pagpaminaw. Enjoy your lunch. Magpakabusog po tayo. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dapat i-repeat ko ata.
ay ating karapatan.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
Pagligtas at malusog sa trabaho,
Pamilya ang
Republic Act No. 11058. Ano ba ang Republic Act No. 11058? Ang RA 11058 ay isang batas na nagpapatibay sa pagsunod sa mga pamantayan sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa trabaho. at pagbibigay ng mga parusa para sa mga paglabag dito. Republic Act 11058. Nilagdaan ito ng batas ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte noong ika-17 ng Agosto taong 2018, punong may akda ay si Senador Joey Villanueva. Ang batas ay naipublish sa Manila Bulletin noong ika-22 ng Agosto taong 2018. Ang batas ay nagbigay sa Department of Labor and Employment ng 90 araw upang paunlarin ang IRR nito. Pagsapit ng ika-6 ng Disyembre taong 2018, nilagdaan ni Kalihim Bello ang IRR 2 araw ang layo mula sa anibersaryo ng DOL. Ang IRR, sa anyo ng Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018, ay naipublish sa Philippine Star noong ika-9 ng Enero taong 2019. Naging epektibo ang IRR noong ika-25 ng Enero taong 2019, 15 araw pagkatapos may lathala mula sa nasabing pahayagan alinsunod sa mga kinakailangang legal. Sino-sino ang saklaw ng batas na ito? Ang saklaw ng batas na ito ay lahat ng mga pribadong establishmento kung saan isinasagawa ang trabaho. Kabilang ang mga establishmento na matatagpuan sa loob ng mga espesyal na economic zones at iba pang mga ahensya sa pagsulong sa pamumuhunan ng Philippine Economic Zone PEZA, Clark Development Corporation, CDC. Mga kagamitan na nakikibahagi sa transportasyon ng hangin, dagat, at lupa. Sa ngalan ng tauhan ng OSH CREU 8.
Isang kaaya-ayang araw sa lahat. Sa video na ito tatalakayin natin ang Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang implementing rules and regulations nito na Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018. Ang Section 14 ay ang requirement ng safety officer or officer sa lugar ng trabaho. Sa pagpapatupad ng programa ng OSH, ang mga safety officer sa bawat establishmento o lugar ng trabaho ay dapat na itinalaga na may mga sumusunod na tungkulin at responsibilidad. A. Pangasiwaan ang pangkalahatang pamamahala ng OSH program at koordinasyon sa komite ng OSH. B. Madalas na subaybayan at siyasatin ang anumang aspeto sa kalusugan o kaligtasan ng operasyon na isinasagawa sa pakikilahok ng mga supervisor at manggagawa. C. Tulungan ng mga inspector ng gobyerno sa pagsasagawa ng inspeksyon sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa anumang oras tuwing ginagawa ang trabaho o habang isinasagawa ang isang pagsisiyasat sa aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon at mga ulat ng OSH na hinihiling ng mga pamantayan ng OSH at D. Maglabas ng order ng pagtigil sa trabaho o work stoppage order kung kinakailangan batay sa mga kinakailangan at pamamaraan na ibinigay ng mga pamantayan ng OSH standard. Tulad na lang kung may mga imminent danger sa lugar ng trabaho. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay dapat nakatimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri ng lugar ng trabaho at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa ni-require na orientasyong pagsasanay o kurso sa BOSH, mga advanced na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH at iba pang pagsasanay na may kinalaman sa OSH o kinakailangan sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at maliit na establishmento, mababa sa katamtamang peligro, ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Sa kaso ng isang kontratista o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipakalat sa bawat tiyak na lugar ng pagpapatakbo, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng pinagtatrabahuhan. Minimum na pag-uuri at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong konsultant ng OSH or ang SO4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa isang taon. Para sa pagtatatag na ang itinalagang safety officer ay dapat nasanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng mga ni-require kurso sa pagsasanay at nauugnay na karanasan. Ang mga opisyal ng kaligtasan ng lahat ng lugar ng trabaho ay dapat magkaroon ng kinakailangang pagsasanay na kinakailangan at pagsasanay alinsunod sa kategorya nito, tulad ng nakapaloob dito. Ang kaukulang kwalifikasyon ng mga opisyal ng kaligtasan or safety officer ay ang mga sumusunod. Para sa Safety Officer 1, ang mandatory na pagsasanay sa OSH ay 8 oras na kurso na orientation ng OSH at 2 oras ng pagsasanay ng trainer o TOT. Walang kinakailangang minimum na karanasan sa OSH. Para sa Safety Officer 2 or SO2, ang mga kinakailangan ay mandatory 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay sa OSH na nalalapat sa industriya. Para sa Safety Officer 3 or SO3, ang mga kinakailangan ay ang A. Ipinag-uutos na 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya o ang BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 48 oras ng advanced o dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay na kaligtasan sa trabaho OS na nauugnay sa industriya at C. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Para sa Safety Officer 4 or SO4, A. Mandatory 40 oras na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya gaya ng BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 8 oras ng a-advance, dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay sa kaligtasan sa trabaho na nauugnay sa industriya. C. Isang pinagsama-samang 320 oras ng kaugnay na pagsasanay sa OSH o experience. Maaaring dagdagan ng karagdagang pagsasanay sa mga karanasan sa taon kung saan 8 oras ng pagsasanay ay maaaring katumbas ng 1 taon ng karanasan and vice versa. D. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Yan po ang part 1 na discussion natin tungkol sa Section 14 para sa Safety Officer Requirement. Sa susunod na video po natin, pag-usapan naman po natin ang number of safety officers na required sa mga establishmento. Hanggang sa susunod po at ito ang inyong OSH CREU8 team. #ligtas ang maingat. #una ang kaligtasan. Salamat po at magandang araw sa lahat. Hi, magandang araw sa lahat at sa mga OSH advocates. Sa video na ito, ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating talakayan ng huling bahagi ng Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang IRR nito na ang DOL DO 198 Series of 2018. Tulad ng nabanggit sa aming nakaraang video, sa Section 14 na ang lahat ng designated safety officer ay kinakailangang magkaroon ng mandatory na pagsasanay o relevant training at maging ang karanasan sa trabaho sa OSH. Sa video na ito, tatalakayin natin ang bilang na kinakailangan ng safety officer sa bawat lugar ng trabaho o establishmento. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay magiging katimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri or risk classification ng lugar ng trabaho, at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Tulad ng nabanggit naming sa Part 1 ng Section 14 na video, ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa DOL Required Mandatory Training or Course sa OSH, mga advanced courses sa OSH, at o iba pang training o pag-aaral na nauugnay sa OSH kung kinakailangan para sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad nito. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at medium na establishmento na classified as low to medium risk ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan, kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Para sa contractor o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipa-assign sa bawat lugar ng trabaho or worksite, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng trabaho. Kaya narito ang minimum na required at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho. Pag-usapan natin ang requirement para sa low-risk workplace. Para sa low-risk workplace na may 1 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa mga may 51 hanggang 199 na manggagawa, isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga mayroong 200 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 2 Safety Officer 2 o maaari ding 1 Safety Officer 3 lamang. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 750 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 Safety Officer 2 at 1 Safety Officer 3. At para sa mga may 751 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 Safety Officer 3. At para sa bawat dagdag na 500 na manggagawa or fraction nito, dapat magkaroon ng karagdagang 1 Safety Officer 3. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong OSH Consultant o Safety Officer 4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa 1 taon para sa mga establishmento na ang itinalagang safety officer, wala pang training at karanasan kung saan ay kailangang sanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng ni-require na training at nauugnay na karanasan. Talakayin naman natin ang requirement para sa mga establishmento na classified as medium risk. Para sa mga may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang requirement ay 1 Safety Officer 1. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 10 hanggang 99 na manggagawa, ay 1 Safety Officer 2. Ang may 100 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 1 Safety Officer 2 at 1 Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 Safety Officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang 1 Safety Officer 3 o 1 Safety Officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 500 manggagawa o fraction nito. Para naman sa lugar ng trabaho na inuri o classified bilang high risk, ang mga sumusunod ay ang kinakailangang bilang ng mga Safety Officer. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang required ay 1 Safety Officer 2. Para sa mga may 10 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang required ay 1 Safety Officer 3. Para naman sa mga may 51 hanggang 199, ang required ay 1 Safety Officer 2 at 1 Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 200 hanggang 250, ang required ay 2 Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang required ay 1 Safety Officer 2 at 2 Safety Officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang 1 Safety Officer 3 o Safety Officer 4, para sa bawat karagdagang na 250 manggagawa o fraction nito. Ang pagkakaroon ng Safety Officer sa mga establishmento ay makakatulong para makaiwas sa mga aksidente sa trabaho. Yan po ang required na bilang ng safety officer sa bawat establishmento alinsunod sa Republic Act 11058. Hanggang sa susunod nating talakayan, #ligtas ang maingat. Maraming salamat po, at ito ang inyong public servant mula sa OSHCREU 8.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
(5S) Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag-5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa sunog. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging OSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work environment measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkulin ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction-heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Batino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts OSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National Occupational Safety and Health, or NOSH Congress, a venue for exchange of experiences and news trends on OSH. And Vision 1 Million, which aims to promote the culture of occupational safety and health as a way of life for all Filipinos. OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
araw-araw. Siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSH. Personal Protective Equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory Protective Equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
Sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
Pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho.
dapat
Hello, good afternoon, may hapon.
May hapon po, sir.
Good afternoon,
sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yun. Let's start our afternoon session.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Magandang hapon po, sir.
Kanang ko natingalan na dyan ko na required yun sa inyo mag-face mask, no? Mas naka-online. Bawal sa FDC.
Kinahanglan yun, sir.
Oh, okay. Kaya namin kauban sa room. Kaya dito makita nyo mga kaanyag sa mga padag.
Kailangan sir, kaya naka-record.
Correct. Masend ko sa corporate office. Yun. Okay, good afternoon guys. While waiting sa iba, no? So allow me to share some safety videos. And then after this, as we will start our first topic, the occupational health this afternoon. And then we will have the continuation of our high rock activities. No? So, katuwa yung output kanina, ang output natin kanina po, i-continue lang po natin. Same pa rin po siya, or you can edit it, you can revise it, and then we'll put additional column on it. on that table. So let's start. So allow me to share my screen. This one.
Hello? Sorry, my meeting ran late. I should be home in about a half an hour. Sure, I can pick up dinner. What do you want? Hot and spicy. That's what I'm talking about. I will. I love you too.
Whoa. Oh, man. So that's what an airbag feels like. My car. Great. I should probably get out and see how bad the damage is. Wait. Are those telephone wires or power lines? Either way, they could be hot. No way to be sure. Don't take any chances. Just stay in the car and call 911. Good thing I actually paid attention during that safety meeting. Hi, this is Stephen Stonebanks. I've been in a car accident. I hit a power pole. I'm on Highway 18, somewhere east of the 356th Street exit, a couple of miles. No, I'm okay, but there are power lines on my car. Okay, yeah, I know. I won't move until you tell me that the line is de-energized. Yes, I will stay put. Okay, please hurry. Thank you. Honey? Listen. I've been in an accident. No, I'm fine. I hit a power pole. The car is a mess, but I'm okay. Yeah, I've called 911. They're on their way. Oh, no. Hey!
Are you okay?
Hey! Stay back! No, don't come any closer. You could get shocked by the ground around these down power lines. Stay back about 35 feet and make sure no one else comes near.
Okay.
I've called 911. They're on their way. Thank you. Honey? No, I'm fine. No, don't worry. Yeah, the police are on their way. Yeah, all I've got to do now is sit
And wait. Honey? I gotta call you back in a couple of minutes. Oh boy. Not good.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Plan B. Exit the vehicle. But now I gotta worry about touch potential. Touch potential is risk of electrocution based on one part of the body touching an energized object like a car while simultaneously touching the ground. Electricity flows from the vehicle through the body and into the ground, essentially making me into a human jumper cable, which would be bad. I gotta jump and land with both feet together. Whew! Okay. Now, step potential. Because the ground is energized, electrical current can travel through me if my feet aren't close together. Electrical current enters through one foot and out the other. The further apart my feet are, the greater my chances of getting shocked. So, I must move away using short, shuffling steps. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. There you go. You got this, Steven. No large steps, just keep on shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling. I'm sorry, I can't come to the phone right now. I'm busy trying to stay alive at the moment. Almost there. Hi. No, everything's okay. No, nobody got hurt today. Well, except the, Remember how we were talking about getting me a new car?
Okay, good afternoon, safety officers. May hapon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon,
sir.
Tulog itong oras po, no? So, pero medyo mahangin sa labas, medyo maulan rin kasi may dalawang bagyo ata mapapasok sa Pilipinas, no? Super typhoon. So let's pray na wala masyadong disaster, masyadong fatality na mangyari or major property damage sa ating mga kababayan. Guys, you may have your coffee while we're having our afternoon session, no? So and also safety officer, if I have time, no, this is not part of my discussion, I will teach you how to fill out forms. If I will send files, safety officers, can you print it? Makaka-print ba kayo ngayon? If mag-send ako ng files? May access kayo sa printer, kayo lahat? O negative? Negative. Okay.
Wala po.
Wala
po, sir.
Wala. Okay, plan ko sana tuturuan, because this is not part of your course in BOSH, na tuturuan ko kayo how to fill out DOLE forms because it's very important. No? Kasi you need to submit the registration of establishment to DOLE, monthly reporting, ganun po. Gusto ko isali ko sana sa discussion this afternoon. I will send you files and then sabay-sabay tayo mag-fill out para magkakaroon kayo ng registration of establishment, mga documents kay DOLE. But yun pala, you don't have any access with the printer. Ngayon na, wala. Okay. Let's move forward na lang po. So, our first topic this afternoon is medical surveillance. Okay. A safety officer, you are not only to be called as a safety officer, you should to be called as a safety and health officer. Bakit po? It is not only na doon lang tayo mag-focus sa mga safety hazard, but we should also focus to doon po sa health hazard. involving the physical, chemical, ergonomics, no, biological hazards. Bakit ang mga tao or mga safety officer doon masyadong preoccupied with the safety hazard? Because the impact is immediate. Once there is a safety instances, yung injury mabilis makikita. Babuklan man ta, masamaran, mugaw din ang dugo. Pero ang health hazard man good, itong health hazard, gradual pa or dandahan pang lalabas ang resulta. That's why minsan hindi natin ito binibigyan ng pansin. But as you are an OSH officer of your respective MDC branch, you should also focus not only with safety but also with different health issues that can lead to diseases sa ating mga workers while they are in duration sa kanilang trabaho sa kanilang mga different workplaces. The objective of this topic, safety officer, is at the end of this subject, you, safety officer, should discuss medical surveillance and biological monitoring as strategies in examining health condition of your co-employees. Describe the steps in conducting medical surveillance and also discuss different occupational health programs in the workplaces. You also, safety officer, should identify the roles in the implementation of medical surveillance. Safety officers, there are 3 methods of workplace exposure monitoring. Number 1 is WEM, or working environment measurement, or work environment measurement. Yung diniscuss natin kanina. Second is the biological monitoring. The third is medical surveillance. WEM, as a review, it is a work environment measurement. It refers to the sampling and analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric pressure or atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working environment for the purpose of determining actual condition. Ito pong si WEM is to determine your workers' exposure to harmful level of hazardous substances existing in your workplaces. Okay, kasi na-discuss natin ito kanina po. Si WEM ginagawa to test the environment, the workplace, checking the workplace if it is safe to be work or not. Conducive pa ba siya sa mga tao na ating po deploy doon. Okay? Si WEM po ay ginagawa sa pagitan po ng ating mga trained industrial hygienist or mga WEM specialist using calibrated materials or equipment. Okay. Ito namang si biological monitoring, this is examination of materials such as blood or urine that comes from the workers to determine if there has been exposure to chemical substances in the workplaces. Okay. If si WEM ay ginagamit po siya sa pag-check po ng environment or workplace, si biological monitoring, ginagawa po siya sa tao by checking the specimen, checking his blood, his urine. Medical exam, titingnan natin ang concentration or percentage po ng mga chemicals na pumasok sa kanyang katawan or other particulates o yung mga other factors na pwede siya makasakit na nakuha niya po doon sa kanyang assigned work area. The third method is medical surveillance. This is analysis of health information to look for the problem that may be occurring in the workplace that requires target prevention. The purpose of conducting medical surveillance is for prevention of illness in your workplace or to detect new cases that is arising. Second is early detection of work-related health problems and determining its cause. The role of medical surveillance is to help promote and maintain the highest degree of physical, mental, and social well-being of our workers, making our worker fit at all times habang andyan sila sa ating mga respective organization. Another thing, medical surveillance prevents our co-employees to depart from our organization due to health caused by their working condition. Umalis sila dahil may sakit sila nakuha habang sila po nagtatrabaho sa atin. Another thing, the medical surveillance also develop and implement control measures to prevent occupational illnesses and also diseases. Lastly, it helps place and maintain a working in an occupational environment adapted to his physiological and psychological capabilities in order him to cope immediately, to adapt the environment, no, na siya po ay habang andun siya, for him, healthy ang kanyang ginagawaan. The reason of conducting medical surveillance is because workers' population is not homogeneous. Kasi klase po tayo, hindi tayo pare-pareho. May mga workers na healthy, may mga employees po na may mga immunocompromised, may matatanda na po, masakitin, or madali lang po silang gagaling once magkasakit sila. Monitor of a certain high-risk groups. Hazard level within a safe and acceptable limit or within the threshold limit value do not guarantee that certain employee won't be affected. Possible for us, kaya natin yun kasi nasa normal threshold limit value ang contaminants sa palibot niya. But there are some instances, ang tao, kahit nasa normal ang kanyang level of contaminants, pwedeng makasakit pa rin siya. And also, to meet the regulatory requirements as prescribed by government agencies. What are the 7 steps of conducting medical surveillance? Number 1, identification of hazard and exposure. Second is to identify the health effects of exposure to occupational health hazard. What is the possible health effect once that hazard will not be controlled? Third, selection of medical screening test. Fourth, data interpretation and recommendation. Fifth is communication of result to the involved personnel and also to the member of the organization. Sixth is the keeping record or proper documentation and submission of reports to DOLE. And 7, evaluation of the effectiveness of control measure. In order for us to know either to sustain or continue our health and safety program, or there is need for revision on it because it is not already applicable or it is obsolete. Let's discuss this in detail. First step is identify hazard and the exposure. One of our task safety officers to conduct safety and health inspection. To know the surrounding and working environment of our people, we should know also what are the potential health hazards existing in our workplace. By collecting data, reviewing information gathered by our people, gathered by employees through pinaagi po sa ilang mga medical history, okay? Mga medical test na gisabit sa TUA, SDS, okay? Mga findings na nakita natin during safety inspection. That is means on how to identify potential hazard at site. As part of it, we should know what are the specific health hazard possible existing sa ating workplace. Let's review. It is a physical hazard, a chemical hazard, a biological hazard, ergonomics, and a social or psychosocial hazard. All of these things belongs to a health hazard. Na? So, paano ito ma-determine kung kana ba siya kay safety or health hazard? Kung nakita nyo ang hazard, related siya sa physical hazard, nakita yung hazard related sa chemical or biological, therefore, nabilong siya sa health hazard. Let's discuss. What are the example of physical hazard? We have exposure to too much noise, exposure to vibration, insufficient or too much lighting, extreme temperature, pressure, or even exposure to radiation. Noise is a form of energy caused by the vibrating of air. Noise is measured through a unit of decibels. Na? It is become hazardous when it is unwanted and also excessive already. No? The noise could be continuous, intermittent, or it is an impact noise. Guys, paano nyo po malalaman if ang environment nyo po ay masyado na pong loud noise ang pinoproduce ng mga equipment sa palibot natin? Or hazardous na po yung noise na existing sa ating palibot? If two people with no hearing problem need to raise their voices or shout, to be heard in a distance of less than arm's length lang to each other, that means the sound surrounding them is already hazardous. Nasabtan mo na to? Duha ka tawo, ang kaduol nila 1 arm's length lang, but they need to raise their voice in order for them to hear each other. Pero wala silang hiding problem ha. That means masyado na palang maingay ang palibot nila, and that is already hazardous. That is part of physical hazard under health hazard. Okay? So, noise normally described as loud, sudden, harsh, or irritating sound can cause noise-induced hearing loss. How to prevent it? Avoid overexposure to this noise, and also wear proper PPE. Either it is an ear muff or an earplug. If that noise cannot be controlled, it will lead to tinnitus. Okay? Neuropsychological disturbances such as headache, fatigue, difficulty of sleeping, irritable, or even can lead to cardiovascular problem, can cause hypertension or even cardiac diseases. Or pwede rin pong magka-ulcer po tayo, no? Due to severe or massive production of gastric acid inside our stomach if masyado maingay na po. According to the standard, if the noise already reaching 90 decibels, there should be a need of wearing hearing protection. Na? So wag paabutin po ng 90. Kung 90 na siya na above, and then dyan po yung working area ninyo, dapat mag-earplug or mag-earmuff na po tayo. Vibration exposure is also part of physical hazard under health hazard. It is a mechanical phenomenon wherein oscillation occurs about an equilibrium point. We have two types of vibration. We have a low frequency vibration affecting the whole body, or a high frequency vibration affecting only a segmental part of our body. Kung sinong pong body part ang involved, yun lang po ang merong vibration exposure. No? Vibration hazard transmitted through the hands, arms, or other body parts that can cause damage to your nerves, blood supply, soft tissue, or joints. Wrist, arms, if it is prolonged exposure. The risk is associated with the level of vibration and the length of exposure. The health effects of vibration, if it is not controlled, it will result to hand and arm vibration, no? Vibration, white finger, due to damage to your blood vessels already. Numbness, tingling sensation, due to damage of your nerves. Muscle weakness, or even joint damages. No? So we need to approach this in admin control. Kung pwede, wag yung masyadong mataas ang kanyang work duration habang gumagamit po ng mga equipment, machineries, or andyan siya sa operating heavy equipment. Dapat alternate. Jackhammer, alternate po, one person to another, kung pwede 30 minutes at most. And then the rest period, isang taon naman mag-handle po the equipment na yan. Or they can use the proper PPE by using a compact gloves. The compact gloves will help to decrease the vibration impact to your extremities. Okay. Illumination. The measure of a stream of light falling on work surface. We have two sources of light. We have a natural illumination and also the artificial illumination. Yung mga bombilya po natin, fluorescent, etc. Natural light, the sunlight. Ano, yun po ang source natin. Inadequate illumination. May taong nagtatrabaho pero kulang yung ilaw niya. It will cause stress to our eyes. It will become strenuous. You know, it will become a strain to the nerves of our eyes. Magkaroon po tayo ng mga damage to in our sense of sight. It will lead to visual fatigue, blurred vision, inflammation or itchiness, lacrimation, yung pagluha-luha, no? Or even eye tissue damage from light exposure, yung too much light being produced by a certain equipment or material. Extreme temperature also, guys, masyadong mainit is considered as a physical hazard, no? Either due to outdoor activities or you are handling also machineries producing heat, or you are inside a vessel or a room or confined space with no proper ventilation, masyadong mainit sa loob, it will lead to heat exhaustion, heat stress, or even heat stroke. Okay, yun, mga construction workers po natin or mga outdoor workers po natin, they're exposed to extreme temperature na masyadong delikado po sa health ng ating mga tauhan. Exposure to radiation is part of physical hazard under health. Emission or transmission of energy in the form of waves or particles through space or through a material medium at the speed of light. The radiation can be classified as ionizing radiation and also non-ionizing radiation. Non-ionizing radiation means any type of electromagnetic radiation that does not carry enough energy per quantum to ionize atom or molecules. Even the source of light sa mga rooms natin, that is considered as non-ionizing radiation. But too much of non-ionizing radiation will lead us into burn sensation. No? Pwede na po tayo mapasok. But itong mga ionizing radiation, ito mas delikado. No? Enough energy to produce ions by breaking molecular bonds and displace electrons from atoms to molecules. It can cause your damage. No? It can damage your cells. Can lead into cancer. Burn to cancer. No, yun po mga ating mga activities producing radiation waves. Yun po, masyado po yan siyang delikado. Another classification as part of health hazard is a chemical hazard. It is a substance that has a potential to cause harm to life or to health. No? Chemical hazard could be in a form of mist, vapors, gases, dust, or even fumes. What are the sources of chemicals? It could be from paints, varnish, adhesive, additive chemicals, organic solvents, cleaning agents, or other liquids, no, that has a potential to cause harm to our health. Dust is a suspended solid particles in the air. Dust is considered as a chemical hazard. It is generated by a process like grinding, drilling, and crushing operation. No, ito po mga usual activities na exposed po sila sa dust particles as part of a chemical hazard. Mist. It is a suspended liquid droplet when vapor condenses back to a liquid. Yung nag-spray po ng mga pesticide, yun po, they are doing misting activity, etc. Gases is a substance in the gaseous state at room temperature and pressure. No, usually nito yung mga using LPG, compressed gas cylinder, yung mga smoke po galing sa mga diesel engine po natin, they are exposed to this dust and then as part of chemical hazard. Vapor is a form when liquid evaporates. This is a gas formed when liquid evaporates, associated with solvents, adhesive, alcohol, and etc. No? Yung ang bilis po mag-evaporate in a form of vapor, that is considered also as a chemical hazard. Yun, mga paints po natin. Mga solvents po natin, mga plumbers, yun po. Fumes. It is a volatilized solids that condense when in contact with air, associated with molten metals and produces like welding and soldering. Yung mga welding activities po natin, no? That smoke is a fumes. It is very dangerous one. It will become inhaled by a certain worker, causing damage or injury to the lungs. Yun po, soldering. Okay. If you are exposed with chemical hazard, the effect could be a local or systemic, and the onset of symptoms could be acute or chronic. No? In local toxicity, kung anong part po ang unang na-contact po, natamaan ng chemical, yun ay considered as local toxicity. Most common points at which substances first contact are yung eyes natin, nose, throat, and lungs. Therefore, if you're handling with chemicals, a proper PPE should be used. Therefore, it's very, very important that you should wear or you should be familiarized what is written in the SDS of the certain chemical. For systemic toxicity, that certain chemical already entered your body, damaging your internal organs, can cause a chronic diseases already. Especially, no, madamage ang ating lungs, especially the kidney and liver, na yun po ang nag-filter ng mga marurumi sa loob ng ating katawan. Exposure or uncontrolled exposure to gas or to chemical hazard could damage our kidney. Respiratory diseases can lead to skin diseases, problem to your liver, to your blood, to your heart, damage to your nerves or brain, can cause cancer, or even the baby will be affected once ang exposed po yung mother na buntis. That is a teratogenic effect. Biological hazard safety officers is also part of a health hazard. Biological hazard is a biological substances that possess a threat to health or living organism. This could include a sample of microorganism, a virus, or toxin that can cause a ill effect to the person. A biohazard could be a microbiological or a macrobiological. Ito mga microbiological, yun po ay yung mga microorganism that can cause infection. No? Such as you have infection with bacteria, with virus, molds, fungi, and protozoa. And also, if you're exposed with microbiological, such as insect bites, animal bites, parasite, or plant or other animals. No? Sa biological hazard po, dati po ang exposed lang po nito is yung mga nagtatrabaho lang po sa opisina, ay nagtatrabaho po sa hospital or sa mga laboratories. But right now, lahat po ng mga workplaces involved na po, exposed with biohazard. That's why kayo ngayon lahat no naka-face mask because we are a threat with this SARS-CoV-2, no? The causative agent causing a COVID-19, and that is a virus. Example of microorganism causing microbiological hazard. A fungi. It is a group of living organisms which are classified in their own kingdom, such as mold, yeast, and mushrooms. No? Most are harmless to human, but meron ring mga fungi na mag-cause infection sa atin. Pangalawa po is bacteria. No? So, I'm sure masyado kayong nito, familiar na sa inyo because you are dispensing medication, no? Yung mga antibiotics sa mga bacterial infection. Single-celled organisms that are found in vast number in the body, which are harmless, some are harmless, and some are harmful. It's good na lang po, if we have bacterial infection, we can have a antibiotics available. And we are informing our people na they should comply with the doctor's prescription. Kung ilang days po ang prescribed nila to take the 7 days, they should continue the complete treatment of medication to prevent any antibacterial resistance instances. A virus also is considered as microbiological hazard. It is a very small infectious organism that reproduce by hijacking the living cells to manufacture more virus. Compared to bacteria po, na kaya mong parami outside the body or outside the host cell, but si virus, need niya pumasok sa katawan ng isang host, i-hijack niya po, pasukan niya po yung healthy cell na kayang host, and dun po ang means para siya po'y magparami at masyado pong mabilis. Okay. Parasite is an organism that lives in or another organism and benefits by deriving nutrients at the host expense. Yung mga manggagamit po natin na mga kaibigan, sila po yung mga parasite. Taking benefits from us na wala po tayong makukuha sa kanila. Okay. Safety officer, no? Before we continue this discussion, no? So, ang iba ata parang inaantok na, no? Can I request everybody, guys, to please arms forward. Yun, stretch. Yun, ergonomic spec na tayo, guys. Up. Stretch. Yun. Sideward. Stretch. Yun. Yan, okay, let's continue na para mawala po yung antok na ating mga kasamahan. Yan. May coffee ba kayo dyan? Wala.
Meron po. Meron, sir.
Good, mag-coffee kayo guys. O pwede maghingi. Paki-deliver dito po sa Jensen. Okay, a safety officer, allow me to cite an example of this disease common po sa mga workplaces. Tetanus, no? Saan po nanggaling ang sakit na tetanus? Sabi pa nila, sir, once mapako po kayo sa mga rusty na mga nails, no? Mga rusty po na mga barbed wires, yun po. Bakit always sinasabi na rusty? Tetanus is a serious condition caused by infection of a bacteria called Clostridium tetani. It is a serious disease caused by a bacteria that will produce a toxin that will affect your nervous system, leading to a painful muscle contraction. The bacteria usually enters your body through a wound or cut in the skin. Once inside, it will multiply and release a neurotoxin that can cause symptoms of tetanus to develop. Usually, lockjaw, and then it will affect the contraction of your muscle or even yung pag-function na rin po ng inyong lungs. That's why mahirapan na pong maghinga. Nganong gipasangin na nila ang lansang nga tayaon na mag-cause og tetanus? In reality, this Clostridium tetani is existing anywhere, especially sa soil. Hindi po sila makapasok sa katawan natin kasi our skin is intact. But once masugatan po tayo ng pako man or kahit anong bagay na matutulis and may kalawang man yan or wala, basta nag-open ang ating skin, there's already a breakdown, that is the opportunity as their mode of entry, a portal of entry nila. Example ha, hindi siya pako, walang rust, pero nag-open yung skin, there's a breakdown already. And then expose po siya sa lupa. Timing, yung lupa, merong Clostridium tetani. Still may chance pa rin na papasok si Clostridium tetani sa iyong katawan causing a tetanus disease. That's why hindi po totoo na because of a rusty nail, yun lang po magkatetano. Because this Clostridium tetani is available or existing anywhere po sa ating surroundings. Bottom line, in order for us to prevent this tetanus, conduct housekeeping. Remove all sharp objects, protruding materials, or any hard object that will cause us to break our skin to prevent having a wound, to prevent this bacteria to enter inside our body. Prevention of tetanus in case mapasukan po tayo is active immunization with tetanus toxoid and also proper wound management. Okay. Next is HIV or AIDS. HIV is the name of the virus causing AIDS. HIV means a human immunodeficiency virus. If you have already infection with HIV, manifesting already as symptoms, you are already an AIDS positive. It is a disease called acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Titira po ni HIV ang ating immune system para babagsak ito and then madali tayong mahawaan ng sakit sa ating palibot. Ang normal person po, once babagsak sa immune system ninyo, there's still a chance na babalik sa normal level si immune system para magiging resistant kayo ng mga sakit. Pero po, once you have an AIDS already, titirahan sa immune system and there's no chance na babalik po siya sa normal level. Bababa po ang level ng inyong immune system. And then once may katabi po kayong may mga sakit, may mga ubo, pneumonia, etc., madali kayong mahawa and dun po kayo mamamatay sa sakit na nakuha galing sa inyong katabi. Okay? You will be died or mabilis ang impact ng sakit due to this mga opportunistic infection na evident po sa iyong palibot. Sabi pa nila, galing daw si AIDS sa mga primates from West Africa na naglipat po siya sa tao. Body fluids with, ito po yung mga body fluids na pwede po tayo mahawa ng AIDS. Blood to blood, once that blood will enter our body, contamination of blood infected with HIV, semen, mga body fluids rin po na pwede tayong mahawa, vaginal and cervical mucus, breast milk, amniotic fluid, or even cerebrospinal fluid. Ito po yung mga things na hindi po tayo mahahawa ng AIDS. If you are kissing somebody, walang open breakdown, walang sugat naman sa bunganga, don't worry, hindi po kayo mahahawa ng AIDS. Hugging, food sharing, insect bites, pawis po ninyo, wala yung virus sneeze and cough, bathing, and also toilet seats. Don't worry, di mo mataktan ana og AIDS. Dugo lang jud, other body fluids or mga vaginal or mga semen, pwede ta matakdan og AIDS. Most transmission po, mga unprotected sex, blood transfusion, using of needle, no, multiple use of needle, and also mga pregnant woman from mother to baby. Okay. Sexual contact, pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding, and injection of drugs, occupational exposure, mga nurses po natin o other healthcare workers, matusok silang dagom, and then matusok karang daguma, gikan siya sa infected person with AIDS, pwede po tayong ma-infect po ng AIDS. Blood transfusion or even organ transplant. How to prevent? There should be an abstinence, no? Mag-control lang po sa sarili. Be mutually faithful to your partner, consistent and correct use of condom. Don't share needles and don't do drugs. Yung mga DIY natin, no? Nabut-buta o kanang mag-drugs, tapos ang dagom na to, isa lang kabuk ang gamiton. Even yung sa parlor, no? Yung ating kanang ginagamit yung mga nipper, anak god. Gina-disinfect ba yan siya sa salon? Baka pwede kayong ma-infect rin yan. May blood-to-blood transmission. And early detection and also education to our people about sex education. Guys, according to DOLE, there is a department order requiring all establishment that we should have an AIDS policy, that is an AIDS prevention control in policy. In compliance to Department Order 102-10. This is a guidelines, guys, stating for the AIDS and HIV prevention control. There shall be a collaborative effort from the management and workers to do or to make this policy. And it is a mandatory that all private workplaces should have a policy of this AIDS and prevention control. Another example of illness is a tuberculosis. No? TB is a disease caused by a Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It is a usual attack the lungs, but they can also damage other body parts. No? So, the mode of transmission, sneezing, laughing, talking, cough, spits, or sings. Same siya sa transmission sa COVID-19. Kahit kining magong si TB o si COVID-19, same siya, droplet precaution. Nang ato mga laway, luwa, mga body fluids from nose and mouth, they will reach 1 meter from. So, it's good na lang po, since mandatory po ang SIMAS, yung kaso po ng TB is bumabagsak rin po siya o nababawasan. Ang ating mga symptoms, once you have your TB, no, coughing that lasts 3 or more than weeks. Sa amin before sa DOH, once you are taking medication and then more than 2 weeks na yung ubo mo, possible may TB na po kayo. Your coughing blood, yung hemoptysis, fever. Fever is a manifestation that you have an ongoing infection inside your body. Night sweats, fatigue, chest pain, loss of appetite, chills, or even loss of weight. How to prevent of having TB? Vaccination. Yes. Si vaccination po natin, it will not prevent us of having TB, pero it will prevent yung mga serious cases po ng TB. CBCG. Training education, always cover your mouth with tissue when coughing or sneezing, prompt diagnosis and treatment, and wash your hands at all times. Guys, if ang AIDS natin merong policy, it is mandatory also that all workplaces should have a TB prevention and control program. And this is mandatory to all establishment. Don't worry, guys. I will send you the template on how to make the policy on TB implementation. Okay? So, hepatitis B, this is a viral infection that attacks your liver and can cause acute or chronic diseases. And this is a virus-based infection. No? So, same pa rin ito ng AIDS. Kung paano ta matakdan sa AIDS, ingani po ang means niya na matakdan po ta og hepatitis B. Pinaagi sa unprotected sex, blood to blood, or even body fluid. Okay. How to prevent of having Hep B? Vaccination, training education, sex practice, with blood, and even avoid sharing of needles and razor. Basta masamaran mo, and ang dugo, pwede magsulod sa iyong lawas. It is also very important, guys, that you have also your hepatitis B prevention control policy in a compliance to Department Advisory 05-10. Okay. So before we proceed to ergonomics, guys, kindly excuse me for a while. 1 minute lang po. Let's proceed, safety officers, no? The fourth health hazard, okay, is the ergonomics hazard. Okay? Review lang po ito. Ergonomics is a philosophy, it is the fitting the task to a person. Kinahanglan or kailangan ang trabaho ang mo-adjust sa tawo, dili ang tawo mo-adjust para sa trabaho. Ergonomics is a process of designing or arranging workplace products and systems so that the environment or the workplace will fit to the people who will use them. Example nito ng mga ergonomics condition natin, improperly designed tools or work areas, improper lifting procedure, poor visual condition, repeated motion in awkward position, prolonged standing is also an ergonomics issue, prolonged sitting, and even overreaching. Tignan nyo po itong picture sa upper left portion ng inyong screen. No? The person is breaking the bricks, and then the position is he's bending directly his back. That will add strain, pressure, can cause pain to his muscles, and also can lead to musculoskeletal disorder. Kung karon lang kay gibuhat or kaisa, kaduha, okay lang. What if everyday po ginagawa to? Anong pwede mangyari sa kanya? The number one problem related to health hazard is musculoskeletal disorder. As a safety officer, we should remind our people on how to perform proper body mechanics, no? To combat with this ergonomics issue or problem. Okay. Health effects on prolonged standing. Prolonged standing is an ergonomics issue. It will result into reduce of blood supply to the loaded muscles. It can cause inflammation to your veins or even musculoskeletal disorder. Kana si tindog baka daot gid na sa tuwa. That's why no, napansin niyo po sa mga malls, no? Meron talaga silang break time na yung mga people nila, mga employees doing a prolonged standing, may break time sila na dapat magpupo talaga. Okay? And then napansin nyo rin, yung mga nagtatrabaho rin po sa mga factory sa mga malls, bawal sa mga babae ang wearing po ng mga high heels. Kasi it will lead also na mapapressure yung paa nila, legs na masyadong masakit, naka-heels ka, and then you will stand for 8 hours straight, kawawa naman po sila. How about yung mga activities or trabaho na related to prolonged sitting? Okay. Sa opisina, call center, it will lead to musculoskeletal disorder, obesity, diabetes, anxiety, or even the increased risk of death from cardiovascular diseases. Kung kini siya sakit sa mga trabahante, kini sakit sa mga manager. Okay? According to DOLE Department Order 184-17, if your people are exposed to prolonged sitting activity, provide workers with regular 5-minute break every 2 hours from sitting. No? Redesign work tasks, organize health promotion activities, conduct awareness of raising the health effects of prolonged sitting. That's why, kung prolonged sitting man sila, kung pwede every 2 hours, magpa-music po tayo that everybody should stand up. If nasa training po kayo or lecture, kung pwede after 2 hours, there should be an ergonomics break. Everybody should stand, go to the CR, or saan man tayo pupunta para ma-break lang ninyo yung prolonged sitting that is very also hazardous to our health. Another thing, according to DOLE Department Order 178-17, no? Those people or employees involved in prolonged standing activity should implement rest period to break time spent on standing, install appropriate flooring or mats, provide table or work surface with adjustable height, and provide readily accessible seats. Implement the use of footwear which is practical and comfortable. Na? So masakit kasi naka-high heels kung involved kayo sa always nakatayo na trabaho. Another part, guys, of health hazard is a social hazard or psychosocial hazard. Example of this, if you are exposed to stress, bullying, sexual harassment, aggression and violence, or even substance misuse at work. No? Kaniadto, di man uso ang stress, pero karon once you are stressed, that's also hazardous to our health. Saan kayo po nai-stress? Sa mga utang? Or pangasaba sa mga top management? Di ba mo involve ana, no? Ako, ma-stress tang jud ko kanang na ako lecture tapos manuwag sa ko ang Shopee na na-deliver sa balay and then COD pa jud. Wa ko nakabilin dito bayad na ma-stress jud ko ana. Kinsa kayo makuha sa akong Shopee kay COD? No? So nga na, mga simple lang po na stress. Stress is by definition is a feeling of emotional or physical tension. It can from any event or thought that makes you feel frustrated, angry, or nervous. Stress in your body's reaction or a challenge or demand. Once this stress will not be controlled, it will transform into physical ailment. Makadaot sa tuang lawas natin. No? Can cause cardiovascular problem. Permanente nakakulbaan, sige nakapalpitate, no? Maglibog na ka, di na ka-concentrate. Okay? Sige nag-produce og hydrochloric acid ang yung tiyan ninyo, can lead to cancer, heartburn, can lead to pancreatitis or even can cause diabetes. Can lead to intestinal problem or GI problem, kalibangaon ka or mag-constipate or even sobrang ka stress, pwede po ka mabaog. No? So it's better you need to break this factor na if the work environment is already stress, kita nga safety officer, mag-coordinate sa itong HR, kung pwede, magkaroon matag break time na team building, sports, community, pahalipay sa mga trabahante para maputol ang stress na may tabo sa tuang mga workers and then dili makapekto po sa ilang trabaho. Stress may lead to substance misuse at work or even prolonged alcohol or abusive alcohol consumption. Before doon sa work ko dati, when I work in a power plant construction in Sarangani, yung mga workers before Duterte time, yung mga workers namin, they're using drugs in order them to focus on long duration of time. Ang in kasi sila sa work sa construction site is 7 a.m. and then overtime pa yan sa gabi hanggang 2 a.m. madaling araw because they need to accomplish the deadline to attain the deadline to deliver ang aming project on time. So mga workers namin, they're taking drugs para di sila katulgon Pero ang effect niya na sa health nila or even sa family is naku kaayo nga impact. So kita nga safety officer, we need to educate our people about this. Or even if the person is overstressed, he will abuse of drinking a lot of alcohol. No? Sa kini nga butang, it will lead to late attendance of our employees, increased absenteeism na, absent na kaayo, reduced quality of work, reduction of work rate, dishonest or even mangawat na to sustain their vices or mga bisyo nila. Irritable, no? Mura ganang gidugo permanente, madala pa yun sa panimalay. Or even dili na quality ang kanilang work output sa kanilang trabaho or given task. Wa na kadimao due to this severe alcohol consumption, abuse of drugs, or even this stressful environment. Muna uban gyud mang-resign na jud kung grabe ka stress ang environment. Okay? Another thing guys is we should have also to comply this department order 3703 to implement a drug-free workplace policy. We should conduct a mandatory drug testing. Validity of drug test result should be 1 year. Treatment, rehab, and referral should be included in the policy. And there should be an advocacy, training, and education dissemination to our people. Safety officers, no, as part of your policy, if ang inyong empleyado, mga playa pa lang sa mercury drug, and then positive sila sa drug test, the company has the right to refuse, no? Na you're positive pala, you're not allowed to be hired. But what is your policy, guys, if in case no na nagkaroon kayo ng mandatory random drug testing annual, okay ha, as part of your health program, na may annual drug testing, random ang pagpili. Karon kining trabahante ninyo 3 na katuig o 5 katuig na sa MDC. And then nigawas ang resulta is positive with drugs. Unsa ang inyong policy ni ana? Tanggalon ba ang trabahante o nabo may other na mga instruction? Okay, who can answer my question? No, si Sir Candor Roland, number 40. Sa ganun po na situation, sir, ano po policy ng MDC po? Nakamute po kayo, Sir Roland.
Good afternoon po, sir. Meron po kaming sir, yung drug testing po.
Example, drug tester is positive ang inyong empleyado and then 5 katuig na sa trabaho sa MDC. Kung sa may tabo sa iya ha.
Ipa-medical check-up po.
That person will not be terminated kasi di po siya with shabu.
For investigation pa po, sir.
Okay, ina-confirm talaga na he is positive with drugs, he's using drugs. Ano po?
For drug testing pa po.
For drug test. And then pag drug test positive pa rin, what is your policy?
Termination po, sir.
Okay, termination. Okay, thank you for that, Sir Roland. There are some companies, guys. Thank you for that, Sir Roland Cando. There are some companies not related to that instance na if the new applicant is positive with drugs, upon applying for that certain position, the company has the right to refuse his application. But in case of annual random mandatory drug test, and then regular na empleyado, and then pag drug test ay positive sa shabu, ang ginagawa po nila, that person will not be terminated. But that person should undergo rehabilitation. Usually ang rehab nasa mga 6 months to 8 months pa na. Question, who will pay for the rehabilitation? Is it the company or the employee? The answer is the employee. Kay wa man nagsugo ang kumpanya na magshabu-shabu ka dira. Ikaduha, sir, habang nasa rehab po ako ng 6 months or 8 months, am I paid with my salary? Of course not. It is no work, no pay. Kay imo nakabubuto nagshabu-shabu ka.
For sila may trabaho.
Yes. Ikadutulo, matanggal ba siya? Kung gi-follow niya, dili. Kay once nagpa-rehab siya, gastos niya, way bayad siya. Kung magpa-retesting siya, before siya, magpa-drug test man siya usab, after 8 months. Kung negative na yung drug test, pwede siya mabalik. Pero if that person will refuse to your instruction, ayaw niya magpa-rehab, ayaw niya magbayad ng rehab, di siya musugot og kanang no work no pay, therefore, that person will be subject for termination in the case of insubordination to the policy. Okay ha? Insubordination to the policy. Ang ato ikato sa iyaham. Pasabot niya na ang trabahante is magduaduhan na siya kung musulod siya sa kana nga drug abuse activities. Okay? You can also adopt that policy. Depende rin po sa inyo sa MDC. Kay may other companies rin po na may mga workers po kami, sir, na once positive, pinaparehab namin, and then kaming company po nagbabayad ng rehab. Ay, hayay kayo. Hindi magsabu-sabu na lang ko. Kasi company may magbayad sa pang-rehab na ako. No? So, di po na maayo, mga higala. No? Busy ba kayo mga taga-MDC? Believe kayo mga taga-Mercury, kayo. You're working more than 10 hours. No? Andyan po kayo sa inyong ano. Especially mga managers. Yung tawon, grabe. Nakoy friend na taga-MDC na manager. Alas 2 sa kadlawon, nagyapon siya dito kay nag-inventory. No? Busy kayo sila. Moving forward. Another step po of a medical surveillance, guys, is a selection of medical screening. Okay? Medical screening is a method of detecting disease or body dysfunction before the individual would normally seek medical care for the purpose of early diagnosis and treatment. No? So, pinaagi din sa mga medical test na ato ang pagabuhaton sa mga trabahante. Once you have already the test, therefore, we need to interpret the result based on the reference value or the normal values. Kung siya by healthy or may nakuha ba siyang sakit habang siya gatrabaho sa atin. We have different types of medical examination to be conducted to our employees. We have this pre-employment exam. We have this periodic medical exam. And also we have this exit or separation test. Okay. Para sa ibang companies, this is foreign, itong exit and separation test. Normal lang po. Bago mag-start ang trabahante, dapat required yun mag pre-employment medical test to see to it that that certain worker is fit to work. Tama o hindi? Tama. Once ang worker hired na po, the companies also will offer an annual medical test. Sometimes it is a random medical test, special test, or kanya yung mga ginapatawag lang ng mga testing. The company will pay for that. Tanawan nila if ang worker healthy pa ba habang andyan sila sa inyo. The MDC is conducting annual medical test? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Who will
Yes,
pay?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Who's paying for that?
Company.
The
Very
company. Company po.
Okay. How about the pre-employment
Free.
exam? Free or not?
Not.
Okay.
Free.
Common ito po, no?
Personal.
Congratulations, you are hired, and then balik ka sa Lunes, please bring your medical test. No? We will start your orientation. How about, nababoy ka ng exit or separation exam? Kasi ang inyong empleyado is mag-retire na or mag-resign na po siya. Okay, as part of your clearance, magpa-medical test po kayo to see to it na wala kayong sakit na kuha sa aming trabaho. Meron kayo yan o wala? Ayo. Pero kini siya is also ano po niya, programa po niya sa occupational health na there should be an exit or separation exam. To see to it na ang ato ginabuyan ng empleyado wala sakit na kuha sa tong kumpanya. Okay? Kaya ang hadlok manggod niya na is, what if wala kayong exit or separation test? After 10 years sa retired employee ha, balikan mo, pwede ko mangayog benepisyo or incentive kay tungod pa ko sa iyong kumpanya nagka-cancer ko. Karon, unsa yung proof na ang cancer nakuha niya ba sa trabaho niya sa tua or nakuha niya sa gawas after retirement period? That's why yung ibang companies nagpa-conduct sila po ng exit or separation exam para may katibayan sila na, oh, you are fit of leave while you are living in our company. Para next time, balikan nyo kami, meron kami assurance na hindi ka nakasakit dahil sa amin. Muna ang twist, mga safety officer. No? So, according to the Occupational Safety and Health Standard or the Yellow Book, the Rule 1967, all workers, irrespective of age, sex, shall undergo physical examination. When? Before entering employment, munang pre-medical exam. B, periodically or such interval as may be necessary on account of the condition or risk involved in the work. Kining B mo ni mga annual medical test or mga special test, no? Or kani mga random drug testing mo ni sila. And letter C, when transferred or separated from employment. No? D, when injured or ill. Kining C, mo ni ato ang exit or separation test. So gina-require sa OSH standard na dapat na ay separation test. Ito maganda ngayon. Number 2 of that OSH standard. All examination, either it is a pre-employment, annual, or exit, shall be complete and thorough and be rendered free of charge to the workers. Dapat pala libre kahit pre-employment exam. No? Ang annual, libre. Ang pre-employment, walay nahitabong libre. Ano man, wala may reklamo. Hantod walay mag-complain, walay kaso. Ngano magreklamo man ang trabahante, nga nalipay man na siya, nga na siya trabaho sa Lunes. Tama, dili. Congratulations, dawat na ka sa trabaho, magpa-medical ka dong, imo ang sariling gastos. Reklamo ba na siya? Dili. Kaya na siya trabaho. But ikaw sa balaod, even pala, pre-employment should be free of charge to the workers by the employers. Okay? So may mga other companies na they're adopting this one, meron ng iba para makakatipid po sila. Okay? So moving forward, another step for occupational health is communication of results. The importance of communicating medical results are to continuously evaluate the OSH program, to provide a mechanism for continuously or improve the OSH performance, and to align also the OSH policies and the health and safety program. And to inform the workers of his current health status habang andyan siya sa ating mga workplaces. And also, the results should be kept confidential. Ang result po sa trabahante nato, kailangan confidential na siya, na kung ato man siya isulti sa public, na atay consent gikan po sa owner. Okay? Kung magbalita po ta sa ibang tao or sa community na natin sakit, nakuha din sa tuwang workplace nato, make the name of that owner confidential. Keeping record or documentation. Confidential records should not be disclosed to anyone unless authorized by the employee. The following records are filed and kept. Kini mga annual medical test po natin, mga medical records, no? Or other mga result na nakuha pinaagi sa work environment measurement. Okay? Safety officer, it's very important to keep the medical result of your employees, and also you are subject to submit the annual medical report to DOLE as requirement po based sa DO 198-18. Safety officer, magsisend po ako ng template po nito. It is mandatory that you should submit to DOLE this annual medical report. Kailan po? Example, kung wala pa mo nakasugod karon, bawit na lang mo sa 2023, January. January 2023, submit kayo ng annual medical report ng year 2022. Ito po isang summary ng mga sakit na common na nangyari po sa inyong mga tauhan. Example po nito, ilan po ang nagka-headache sa buong year 2022, babae at lalaki? Pila ka po katrabahante kalibanga? Nga na ha. So, pasabot niya na mga safety officer, kung namoy first aider sa iyong branch, bago siya maghatag og tambal, kaya nagsakit sa iyong mga empleyado, ipalagbok. Kaya katong data na nakuha sa logbook, yun po ang isa-summary ninyo, ilagay po sa annual medical report. You need to submit this report to DOLE office kung saan kayo na-assign. Ha? Safety officer, please alamin nyo po kung anong DOLE office na bilong ang inyong branch. Okay? Doon po kayo mag-submit. Prepare 2 copies. 1 copy submit to DOLE, and then magkuha kayo ng received copy. Patatakin nyo og receive stamp. And then dalhin nyo pabalik sa inyong mga branches. Magkaroon po kayo ng folder or files for OSH documents. Because if DOLE will inspect your establishment, magtanong po yan sila. Ma'am, no? Ma'am Rowena, nagsasubmit po ba kayo? Kayo sino po ba? Kayo po ba ang city officer ng branch na ito? Yes, sir. Nagsasabit pa kayo ng annual medical report? Yes, sir. So, dili na sila magkalkal sa record nila sa Dole office. Ang kalkalin po nila ang record po ninyo. Ipakita po ninyo lahat ng mga files ninyo na may tatak na received by Dole. Okay? If we have time this afternoon, I will teach you no mga common safety forms po ng Dole. Yun ang pinaka-importante. Ang daming nag-graduate po ng mga BOSH course pagpunta sa workplaces, hindi nila alam na may mga obligation para sila mga reporting sa Dole. No, as yun, tuturuan ko po kayo this afternoon about that forms, no? Guys, kamo ang pangitaon ni Dole. Once mo adto si Dole sa inyong mga branches, duha ang pangitaon, dalawang hahanapin. Si HR tsaka si safety officer. Si HR magsagot sa mga tanong about labor compliance, SSS, pilit pag-ibig, ana. Si safety officer musagot, mutubag sa mga OSH compliances. Nabamoy safety officer, nabamoy first aider, nagasabit pa mo monthly report, nabay safeguard ang inyong CR, nabamoy first aid box, etc. Okay? Okay, moving forward, safety officer. Na? Evaluation of effectiveness of control measure. It is very important also, guys, to check your safety program, especially your health program, if it is still effective or not. Mapansinin ninyo, you have your health program, pero ang dami pa nagsasakit ng mga trabahante. That means your safety program is not effective anymore. Need for revision. Okay? Or kung effective man siya, you need to sustain the implementation of that safety program. Okay. The role of a safety officer in medical surveillance is to have understanding of the process of medical surveillance, to monitor the compliance and performance, to solicit commitment and employees' participation in the program. Another thing, you safety officer should assist in health hazard identification and control, employees training and program evaluation, to monitor the effectiveness of your control measure input as recommended by your OH personnel and hygienist. Sa inyo po, ang inyong OH personnel is the first aider. May mga first aider na ba kayo mga safety officers sa per branch? Wala pa.
Meron po. Meron po.
Mga first aider?
Meron na po. Meron na po.
Good. According to the standard, according to the Dole instruction, there are 4 organizations na pwede mag-conduct of first aid. Si Red Cross, si Bureau of Fire, si DOH, and also si TESDA. Ano Para, and then si DOH, si Red Cross kasi is 2 years of validity. Sir, pwede ba ako ang safety officer? Ako na ang first aider? Pwede rin po. Pero mas maganda, si first aider, yung taong hindi umaalis-alis sa branch. Kasi in case of emergency, andyan po siya available anytime. Okay? For clear points, guys, the purpose of medical surveillance is for the prevention of illness. When illness arise from a particular exposure, medical surveillance is very necessary. Okay? That ends for our medical surveillance topic, safety officer. Do you have any question, safety officers? May pangutana? Ako na lang mangutana. Pilang losartan karon siya. Muna maintenance sa Mercury jud ko pa. Okay, anyway, safety officers, no? I will give you 10 minutes break. Tapos, while having your break, I will send a forms, Dole forms. Maka-download ba kayo sa inyong you're using cell phones right now or laptop or desktop? Maka-download ba mo?
Cellphone, sir.
Cellphone, sir.
Okay lang. Kay mag-isingit ko og mga Dole forms. Ma-download nyo ba? Example lang, I will give you kuan kanang isa ka form dere. Tanawa daw ninyo kung inyo ba makita.
I'll try, sir.
Sige, try that to. Kaya ang akong one of our forms very important is the registration of establishment. It's very important. Lahat ba ng branch na hinawakan nyo ngayon, merong registration of establishment to Dole? Wala. Nagpa-register na ba mo kay Dole? Ano mo rin sa certificate?
Meron certificate, sir, na.
Very good. Sino po nag-comply po niyan? Kamo nag-comply?
Nag-apply. Dahil nagkuhan.
Oo, nagkuhan to, sir. Nag-apply.
Yes, sir. Kami ang nag-apply, sir.
Tapos nag-inspect ng Dole sir.
Okay. It means pag-apply ninyo, kabalo rin mga reports si Dole. Maayo, very good. Every time I go to the mga branches sa MDC, tinatanong na ako ba kung na ba sila registration establishment. Ang uban wala. And then apoy uban na branch na safety officer. Guys, ang iyong certificate as BOSH holder kailangan i-display na ninyo sa inyong establishment para di na mo pagkuti-kutihon ni Dole. Kaya once pag-check nila kita sa certificate to na safety officer, di na mo na dan. Di na sila kayo mangutana.
Oh, sir. Pakita lang ko, sir. Training na certificate.
Yeah. Tulo ka certificate ibutang sa wall. Number 1, yung registration of establishment na certificate. Ikaduha, ang BOSH certificate ninyo or kining safety officer. Ikatulo, ang inyong certificate sa Red Cross or sa first aider. Okay lang kahit scan copy. I-keep nyo po yung original. Okay. Sir, nag-send po ako dun sa group chat natin. Ma-open nyo ba? Try nyo daw.
Sir, na-download ko. Okay lang.
Very good.
Sir, ka, ma'am? Na-open ko na po. Na-download man good.
Makita ninyo, ma-download ninyo.
Sir, nakita. Requirement of PO 18-18.
Okay. Kayong lahat dito na mga branch, kayo pa ang magiging safety officer o may kasama kayo sa branch na safety officer na?
Depende sa branch, sir.
May
kasama na safety officer na.
Meron na pong kasama, sir.
Sa branch ni Sir Jonas. Sir Jonas, nakay branch kinhawidan karon.
Na po yung branch sir. First aider na po yung branch safety officer.
So na existing.
Yes, sir.
Yes po.
So I thought Manggod, nakamo pa magiging safety officer sa branch. Nana din ba na safety officer?
Okay, promotion man na sa Sir Jonas, sir.
So competency. Okay, example si Ma'am Adelina. Ma'am Adelina, sa branch niyo po ngayon may safety officer na kayo o kayo?
Di, sir, si manager po yung namin, BOSH, tapos ako po yung first aider.
Tapos pinapos din kayo.
Yes po, sir.
Very good ka mga MDC ba? Very good kaayo. Kaya uban doon, pati Watson, I don't know. Nanglibak na ko, no? Anyway, sige, review ta. Tanawa lang ninyo ha kung nakakomply ba mo wala, no? In kaso, atuan mo ni Dole, no? Sige, isa-isaw na to. Nakita ba yung screen? Okay ha. Okay na, akong ba on. Number 1. Registration of establishment. Naana, wala.
Ana, sir.
Inside the race, participants ang wala pa registration of establishment ang branch. Kamu tanan.
May naan namin, sir.
Okay, that's good. No, kay kung naan na, di na ako i-discuss kining registration sa establishment para maka-move forward ko, no? Kay kung wala mo ani,
certification ba?
Kay kung wala mo ani Manggod, ang penalty is 20,000. Tapos, ang pag-apply ni ining registration establishment is libre. Way bayad. Wala po bayad dito. You need to fill out a form lang po. Ang form na yung i-fill out po ninyo ay, papakita ko po sa inyo ha. Ito. Lag yung ano ko. Yun do. Yung wala pa pong registration of establishment, you are going to fill out this form. It is per branch. Okay? Fill out this form and then submit this form to Dole office. Free of charge. Kayon, you will only magpa-ulit kayo ng registration once mag-change ang management or mag-change of address ang inyong establishment. By making or submitting this form, kailangan mag-attach po kayo ng business permit as your first attachment. Second is
SEC.
branch layout. Mag-drawing ng mga nag-box, asa ang pertahan, asa nakabutang ang first aid box, asa nakabutang ang fire extinguisher. Submit this to your Dolly office, and then the Dolly office will give you registration of establishment certificate. Okay? And please post that sa inyong mga branches kung asa mo na-assign. Ikaduha, provision of job safety instruction orientation prior to work. Nag-conduct na ba kayo ng mandatory OSH training para sa inyong mga empleyado sa branch? Lahat sila na-undergo na ng safety orientation? Yes or no? Nag-MOSH na ba kayo? Hindi pa. Hilom ka ayo lagi.
Karon pa lang, sir.
Wala pa. So wala pa mo nag-conduct o safety orientation
Wala
sa
pa, sir.
buhan. Okay, kini. It is required that you are going to comply or conduct an 8 hours mandatory OSH training sa lahat po ng mga workers ng inyong branch. Who will conduct that one? Kayo po, mga safety officer.
Kami, sir.
Kayo.
Sir, yun ba yung monthly meeting, sir?
Dili siya, ma'am. Kanang ginabuhat nato ni siya kana mga usually mga first timer na mga trabahante, di ba? Kung natin mga newly hired, mag-conduct man orientation sa ilaha, okay, procedure. Karon, di ba gina-appeal nato ito ang safety, no? Ang safety murag 1 hour lang or 30 minutes. Sa bagong balaod karon, kinahanglan na sila makaroon og 8 hours na safety orientation. So magbuhat mo ka ng mini BOSH. Kining 5 ka adlaw niyo nga BOSH, himuon yung 8 ka oras.
So,
Okay.
sir, sa mga newly hired dayton, sir, or sa appeal na
Since kuan man, sir, tungod man kay dahil hindi pa kayo nakakandak nito, haruson na ninyo mas mga old employees. Opo. Mangutan naman na sila. Nag-conduct na ba kayo ng MOSH sa inyo, dito sa inyong branch? MOSH ang tawag na mandatory OSH training sa workers. Yes po. Ang yes ninyo, pangayuan mo ng ebidensya. Anong evidence po nag-conduct kayo ng MOSH? Done sheet. The title natin done sheet is mandatory OSH training for workers. Okay ha?
asa man magkuha na, sir?
Magbuhat-buhat lang mo ana, sir, og template sa attendance sheet. Okay? Pwede na ka ng internal ninyo na MDC form.
Sir.
Opo, sir, go ahead.
Na ana siya sa kuan, sir, module for new hired employees, sir. Nabilong na siya dito, sir.
Okay. Ya kanto. Kuan ka, sir. Ano mo ng attendance sheet na ana, no? Ikaduha, habang nagkakandak mo, sir, mag-picture taking mo, documentation.
Okay.
Okay. Para mo nang tipailhan nga nag-conduct yun mo safety orientation. Karon, sir, ma-compromise man ang operation, sir, na magsabay-sabay may training. Ang buhaton ni mo anak, mga sir, pwede putol-putol ninyo, staggered. Karong Sabado, 4 ka oras. Sunod Sabado, 4 ka oras. Or scheduling. Hantod ba kompleto, Jud?
Okay na, sir.
Okay lang na. Okay lang na siya. Ha? Ang ubang kumpanya, nag-hire sila og mga lecture sa gawas. Pero kamo, ayun, nag-hire. Kamo na, mga brightman, mga taga-MDC. Kamo na mismo ang mag-conduct og safety orientation sa iyong mga trabahante. At least, ma-internalize siya. Kano yung actual na hazard existing sa iyong branch. Okay ha? Ang importante lang ani, sir, is attendance sheet, picture taking man yun. Ang title sa picture taking sa attendance sheet is MOSH for workers. And then butangin sa ilalo, Onya, ayo mo kalimti pod, mapamerienda pod mo is inyong pamerienda pod mo gamay. Para lamian sila maminaw sa iyong discussion ba. Okay. Number 3, para di ta ma-penalize og 20,000. Ha? Para di ta ma-penalize og 20,000. Ikatulo, provision of workers training. Kanagong nag-appoint ka og first aider pero walay Red Cross certificate. Nag-appoint ka og first og safety officer pero wala sila BOSH certificate. Og nagpa-work kag trabahante na wala nagig MOSH training. So kung mabiolate ka na, that is 25,000. Okay ha? So para ma-comply na to ang kining tulo, ika-third na item, provision of workers training, Pag-keep mo document sa first aider certificate, safety officer certificate, and also attendance sheet sa inyong BOSH, sa inyong mga trabante. Nasabtan? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Moving forward, provision of safety signages and devices. Sa ang inyong mga branch ba, merong mga safety signages na nilagay? Fire exit. Okay. Danger.
Yes, sir.
Slippery when wet. Okay, anahan? Fire extinguisher, tas arrow. Kana nang siya, maski A4 lang, ipapilit mo. Try that one. Kaya kung wala, that is 30,000 per day of violation. Next, provision of medical supplies and equipment. Do you have a first aid kit?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Sa may unod yung first aid kit, inyo bang gibisita? Basta wala yung unod. Kung kuwangan man,
Na-expire na ang betadine.
na-expire na si betadine. So kung na-expire na, mangwala mo sa stante dito, no? Kung na taga-Red Cross, and then pag mag-inspection, ibalik na po sa stante. Okay. Ultimong kanang gina-require po kanila na magkaroon ka ng folding bed. Ngano man, kay si folding bed man good, di na nato ibutang in case na makuyapan or na magsakit. Tapos kung walay pasyente, ato pong hipuson, itago nato. Kesa mapabuhat mo og bed. Di ba? So even folding bed and first aid kit, enough na po na yan siya. Para
ni bed daan sa yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay na ng bed. Kanang ginatulugan nyo pag paniod to ninyo, no? Okay na siya. No? Butakilan nyo ka ng Green Cross na sign. Para kunwari, mo to ang first aid facility. Okay ha? Next, mga sir, mga ma'am. Submission of reportorial document to DOLE. Karon, di ba naaman mo ingon ninyo na mo safety officer? And then kamo inyong mga assistant safety officer? Nagka-submit na ba mo o ka ng monthly report kay DOLE o wala pa?
Yes, sir. Nagsasubmit.
That is our year. That is work.
Sir, a minute.
Ano po siya? Monthly reporting po. I-open ko po yung ano ha, ang format nito. Wair.
Wala pa, sir. Can you open pa na branch?
Okay. Ang uban, ana. Open ako ang Wair form. Sinasabit po ito monthly kay DOLE. Ang atong habol is na magkaroon taw ka ng form na naitatak nga receive. Ano naman yung kinahanglan? Kinish? Ito po. Nakasabit na kayo dito itong form. Monthly kay DOLE.
Yes, sir.
Works accident injury report. Every month? Wala pa. Familiar sa inyo, ha? Okay, muna ang kitawag nga nga Wair. Mo-submit ta ni kay DOLE every month. Okay, ha? Importante, 2 copies. Ang 1 copy kay DOLE, ang second copy, atua, na naitatak nga receive. Para in kaso, naman kayo ka butang. Natin natawag nga random DOLE inspection. You don't know kailan yan sa mag-inspect. Once may findings sila, the penalty is not immediate. You are given a grace period to comply. Okay. Pero once there's a fatal accident to happen, there's no grace period. The penalty is immediate. Okay? So manikamot yun na walay fatal accident to happen. Para kung wapa mo yung ane, makakomply man tayo, and then maklose out ating kaso kay DOLE. Okay. Next item. Annual medical report. Okay, kitong registration of safety organization. Do you have a safety committee? Wala pa.
Meron po.
Meron na. Are you conducting a safety committee meeting every month?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Nag-submit na mo yung aning reform kay DOLE, sir, kaisa lang na naitatak na receive. Kini siya. Report
Yes,
on health and
sir.
safety.
Annual na, sir.
Kaisa lang na siya, sir, one time.
Oo. One time na, sir.
Opo, kaisa lang. Nanaman ni sir na?
Yes.
Very good. Compliant naman din yung maroon na to na itong training na to, sir. Perfect naman din mo. Ano yung problema? Kung nana mo yung ane, it means nana mo yung safety committee existing sa inyong company. Okay? So, that's good. This is the RSO ang ginatawag. No? Ano na to? This one, RSO. MOM or AEDR. Moving forward, provision of safety officer and OH personnel. Check na po kayo nito. Meron kayong safety officer, meron kayong first aider. Provision of certified personnel and dito is not applicable. Sa establishment of Safety and Health Committee, yes, check na po kayo nito because you have already your RSO. Do you have a Safety and Health program na po? Every branch? Wala pa. Formulation and implementation of comprehensive Safety and Health program. Wala pa. Ganito po ang form nito mga safety of mga sir.
Araw. May iPhone na. Sige.
Ay, gadi pa siya nagpo.
Yung ano?
Ito po. Nag-comply na kayo dito, wala pa. Occupational Safety and Health OSH program. Nani-ani, nagsabit naman kay Dole, wala pa. Paminaw ninyo. Wala pa na. So, we need to submit this form to Dole, 1 copy to them, 1 copy sa atua, para naamoy compliance sa Safety and Health program. Because if your branch don't have this OSH program, the penalty is only 40,000. So, kayang-kaya. No? Comprehensive implementation of the Safety and Health program. 40,000 po para ma-close out natin itong findings na ito. Next item, provision. This one is not applicable. Okay ha. Ito siya. Okay na to siya. Committee, check na rin kayo nito. Provision survived personnel, not applicable to siya. Not applicable. NA. Personnel, check na po ito. Check na rin tayo dyan. This one is not applicable. Okay. And then, provision of sanitary and welfare facility. Na may CR ang bawat branch?
Yes po.
Merong sabon, safeguard?
Na, sir.
Welfare facility. PPE, that is not applicable sa inyo, no? Wala namang PPE na ginagamit ang inyong branch po. Duksuta. Compliance work stoppage, I think your company is already, your branch is already compliant with this one. No problem to Dole. No? So that's good. You're going to continue ng inyong implementation sa OSH program po natin. Okay, congratulations po mga safety officers, and you have already your existing safety officers. Please i-sustain na po yung mga programa. Tulungan niyo po ang inyong mga existing safety officer ninyo, and then you are the deputy para yung discussion na mahitabo. Okay, do you have any question sa ating forms, mga safety officers natin? Matanan?
Sir, yung safety officer, sir, is valid for 5 years, sir? Certificate?
Okay. Ang certificate po ng BOSH or COSH sa construction, that is lifetime. Okay? Okay, I will send dito po sa group chat, sir, mga soft copy po ng mga forms kanina. Guys, ang inyong BOSH certificate is lifetime. Okay ha? Kung mang-resign man mo, dalaan niyo yung certificate kay tungo that is your credential. That you are a certified safety officer already. Kung mang-apply man mo sa ibang lugar, at least, ibutas yung resume, ay, I'm a certified safety officer too. No? Kumuhawa man ka sa ibang branch.
So, dire siya kung sa company, sir? Nga.
Sir, kung mag-retire.
I think that's already an internal po sa inyo, ma'am. Kay, ang uban mo ko, gina-hold lang ang certificate, pero useless pa rin yan siya eh. Example, no, ipabili na yung certificate. Si Dole nga, sino safety officer ninyo? Kanina sa bongbong? Yes po. Resign na mo. Pwede na ko siya may istorya. Ay, nag-resign naman siya. Nahitabo gapon mo, wala yung safety officer. Istoryahon ang safety officer. Dapat dalon yun din yung certificate. Kay once ang empleyado, nawa na po dira connected, considered na po siya na wala yung safety officer po ng establishment. Kaya nakapangalan man sa certificate, pangalan nyo po. Because you are the safety officer of your organization.
So, bisan din may ma-assign, sir.
That's right.
Dalon na muna ang certificate. Pwede na, sir.
Tama, Sir Jonas. Masiasa ka magpunta, dalhin niyo po yan siya, and then you are the safety officer doon po. And then pwede rin po, Sir Jonas, na you will upgrade into safety officer 3. Because kayo po, after your graduation, you are all safety officer 2. Ang pagiging safety officer 2, no need to become safety officer 1 muna bago maging 2. Okay? Pero if you want to upgrade that into safety officer 3, kailangan muna mag SO2 bago mag SO3. Ang requirement po ng SO3, Sir Jonas, is you have your 40 hours training plus 48 advanced safety training. Okay. Ang kining mga kuan, mga SO2, you can handle mga medium risk establishment. But if you will handle a high risk establishment, mga dinagko na siya, and then ang empleyado pati na daghana, kailangan SO3 ka. Example, gusto yung manarbaho sa mga manufacturing plant, no, mga power plant, mga dinagko na kaayo na magsweldo na ka og mga 500,000, kailangan mag SO3 ka to SO4. Ang SO1 intended lang na siya sa mga ginagmay na negosyo. Mga potato chips, phone shop, ngana. Sige. So that is the certificate is lifetime compared sa atong mga first aider natin na certificate. Kasi first aid bangon kay Red Cross, 2 years po ang validity. Pero si Bureau of Fire, si TESDA, tsaka sa DOH, wala pa silang validity. No? Kanang, example, mag-training ka kay Bureau of Fire, wala pa lang siya. Paano po pag mawala ang certificate? Yes, no, just contact RBA and then the RBA will process a second copy of your certificate, na kung mawala. Pero yung buhaton ninyo mga safety officers, pag madawat na ninyo yung mga certificate, ipa-scan ninyo na siya and then ibutang nyo ang PDF file. Kaya kung mga apply mo sa uban na good later, di ba mga original? Importante ko, example, ako safety manager, di ko makita sa mga original certificate. But yun tingnan question about safety matters. If you know what is your task or role as a safety officer. Okay, any question po, mga sir, mga ma'am? Nasuko na. Okay, sige po. Before we proceed to our next workshop, I will give you siguro mga 10 minutes break, no? And then balik ta dire para sa tong workshop para humanon na to tong hierarchy bago ta mag-dismiss karong hapon na. Dahang salamat mga safety officer. Enjoy your coffee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po.
Okay, good afternoon. Yan, kaya na sila.
Yes, friends. Tigil na po.
Guys, to our last activity for this afternoon, no? The completion of our hierarch. Yun po. Sige. Sana yung iba. Sige. Safety officers, this afternoon going to discuss our last workshop. Yun. The risk assessment for your to complete also your hierarch activity. Yeah? So tanan ba na dire? Okay. Same group pa rin tayo guys ha, and then yung output yung kanina, we will just continue. Yun pa rin ang gagawin natin. Sige, moving forward. Risk assessment is a process to identify the potential hazard and analyze what could happen if hazard occurs. Usually, ang gandahan kasi ng hierarch is we will prioritize saan doon ang bibigyan ng unang pansin tsaka atensyon based sa level of the risk of that certain hazard. In other definition, they define risk as the result of a certain hazard once no control measure being implemented. May iba ring definition na risk is the probability and also the severity or the impact of the certain hazard once no control measure being implemented. Ang computation po ng risk is equal to probability times the severity. Probability means the chance of being exposed to that certain hazard. The likelihood. Okay? Times the severity. Severity means the impact, the result once you are exposed to that certain hazard. No? So, in your workshop this afternoon, you are given 2 hours to finish all of these things. So, kanina po, you identify the hazard, you classify it as a safety hazard and also as a health hazard. And you also highlight what are the possible effects once that hazard is not controlled. The second portion of hierarch is the risk analysis and evaluation. No? You are going to rate it based on the probability. This is more on subjective aspect. Kayo mismo ang mag-judge, mag-analyze, mag-grade ng kanyang probability tsaka severity. And then the risk is the result because you are going to number it, compute it to have the risk computation. And the last portion of hierarch is the control measure to be implemented. Okay. Di ba sabi ko kanina, risk is equal to severity times probability. Severity means unsay pwede mahitabo sa ato ang worker once siya ma-expose sa hazard. Probability is ang tsansa na pwede siya ma-expose sa hazard. Example po nito. Probability. The higher the number, the higher the chance of exposure. Example nito 1 to 5. Kung ang buslot or ang open hole andyan sa harapan po ninyo, what is your probability? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Siyempre 5. 5. Andiyan na sa harap ninyo, oh. Ang laki po ng tsansa na mahulog kayo. Pero once ang open hole andun sa likod ng bahay ninyo, walang na tao, what is the probability or the chance na may mahulog? 1, 2, 3, or 5?
1.
1. That's right. That is how kung paano ninyo i-grade ang probability ng certain hazard. How about the severity? You are going to rate it from 1 to 5. 1, if ang impact nito, the severity ha, ang resulta, kay mag-cause lang siya gamay nga pangus. Kung ang impact niya is, kaya man i-first aid kit lang na to, 2 inyong i-answer. Pero once ang impact niya, need na dalon sa ospital, kay kailangan ipatahi or tanawon ni doktor, you can grade it as 3. Pero once ang impact niya, kailangan na siya ma-admit, operahan, that is 4. Pero ang impact niya, mamatay jud ang tawhanan ni once mahulog. Your severity is 5. Aha? So that is more on subjective. Severity times probability to know what is the risk. Example, ane, mukatkat ka sa isa ka lamisa sa inyong kusina. Kung mahulog ka, what is the severity? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1. 3.
Lamisa sa iyong kusina. Pwede 3 ako.
Sir, kay mabura ang lamisa.
Depende sa lamesa.
na. Once mukatkat ka sa 10-story building,
5.
unsecured, what is the severity?
5.
Very good. Sige. Naay buslot, lumon sa buslot kay mga 10 meters. Okay ha, 10 meters. Unya, ang buslot kay naatubangan sa pertahan sa iyong balay. Okay na ha? What is the probability of that situation?
5.
Severity?
5.
Kansa, dool kayo. Ang severity, mamatay juga to. Okay. Same scenario. Ang buslot, 10 meters. Pero ang buslot, naa sa likod sa iyong balay na way gaagi. What is the severity of that?
1.
1, 2, 2,
3. 5 gapon kay kung moagi patay jud.
No? Kasi ang severity niya, 10 meters man. Pero
5
niya, kay, kung sa probability niya, likod man siyang balay? 1 or 2?
1.
1, 2.
2.
Niya, same. But the probability ay
3.
So, ang iyang computation. So, mo ini siya po, example gapon ni siya. Kining likelihood na to, same gapon sa severity, sa probability. Na? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then severity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1 is inconceivable, remote, conceivable, possible, and then most likely. And then severity is negligible, minor, serious, fatal, or catastrophic. Okay? This one, guys, kini ko na to nga, gapo ni sa gamiton na table. Can you have a screenshot of this table? Sige, screenshot niyo po. Para mo yung basis po niya. Okay, ha. Good. So, another example po. Okay. Unya, mga safety officer, magdungag mo sa inyong gibuhat ganina, lagyan nyo po ng additional column. Di ba meron kayong hazard, meron kayong location or work area? Second nyo na column kay activity. Next column nyo is hazard. Next column nyo is effects. Lagyan nyo naman ng column na risk assessment or risk analysis evaluation. Tapos, i-disregard nyo itong existing control. Huwag nyo na lagyan ng existing control. Lagyan nyo lang ng probability nga portion, severity, and then the risk. I-grading ninyo. Okay ha? Ingana. So, kini, paano to ma-determine if that is a low risk hazard, medium risk, or high risk? Kung higher ang level sa risk, kailangan bigyan ng attention agad. Pero kung medium risk, medyo acceptable siya gamay, tolerable. But low risk, pwede ignore lang, unya lang sa ka, kay priority na kung high risk. Muna kagwapo sa risk assessment, no? So muna itong formula, guys. High risk, ang grade ninyo is 15 to 25. Please take note of this. Medium risk, 5 to 12. Low risk is 1 to 4. Mamaya sa risk, please lagyan nyo if it is a high risk, medium risk, or low risk. Okay ha? Kaya katong mga high risk, mo na ito i-priority, bigyan ng action talaga agad. Okay, na-screenshot na? Very good. Okay. So muna ito ang buhaton unya, no? So, example ni ini. Work activity is temporary traffic control, accident due to mobilization of machineries. Okay, effect niya, serious or minor injury. Existing control, na-this toolbox meeting, but I want you to disregard this one. Ang iyang likelihood or probability is 3. Ang iyang severity daw is 3. Therefore, ang kanyang risk is 9. No? 3 times 3 is equal to 9. 9 belongs to medium risk level. Okay, nasabtan? Next, okay ni Kiapon. Nasa gibutang diri ng mga hazard. Gigrade niya ang probability or likelihood into 3. Ang severity niya is 2. 1 to 5 lang yun na siya. 3 times 2 is 6. That is medium level of risk. Okay. Same thing with this one. No? So I want you to put additional to your table this afternoon. Okay. Mga example ni siya sa inyong pagabuhaton sa inyong output. And another thing, kinipod. Hierarch nga, risk niya is the yung likelihood or probability is 5. The severity is 2. Medium, that is medium level because 5 times 2 is 10. Okay. So, paki-take note again sa ato ang numbering. 1 to 4, 5 to 12, 15 to 25. Because i-convince ko, convince me in your presentation later on, bakit you consider that as a high risk level? Makapatay ba yun siya? Kailangan ba bigyan attention? Kaya na ay one time na kuan ba, na-present, no? Welding activity. Welding na naay chemicals tapad. Iyang gi-medium risk. Unya, ang nag-smoking, gi-high risk niya. So, gipalabas niya, mas priority niya bigyan ng aksyon tang nag-smoking nag-welding, nag-smoke kay health hazard daw compared sa welding na pwede mo buto ang ilang company. So convince me, saan doon ang hazard na bigyan agad ng atensyon? Considered as imminent danger. Yun po ang considered na mga high risk level of hazard. Okay. So same pa rin tayo mga sir. Please give evaluation sa ating office admin, sa ating warehouse area, production area, operation, and event area. Yung kanina po, lagyan nyo po siya ng grade. Okay? So, same sa ingani na. Okay? Ingani ang mugawas unya sa inyo ha. So, lifting of materials, tripping hazard, presence of electrical cable laid on the ground, can cause injury or fracture to legs. No? And then, probability niya is 3, and then the severity is 2. Okay? Di man kayo siya maka-hospital, no? First aid case lang po. Therefore, it is a medium risk level. Carrying heavy object, okay, severity niya, probability niya is 4 because always siya ginagawa. And then first aid cases, and then the risk is 8. Something like that. Pero mamaya, mga safety officer, I want you to put additional column. After sa inyong risk assessment, butangin nyo ikatulong nga column. Kini nyo hang proposed control measure. What is your safety and health recommendation for that hazard that you identified? Okay ha? Example ni Ana, no? Installation of safety signage, no smoking. Implementation of housekeeping, cable management. Remove unnecessary materials. Okay? Conduct orientation to the person involved that smoking is not allowed here. Okay? Ito mga proposed control measure na to. Okay? Installation of whatever. Installation of barrier. Okay? So, putting label. Okay. So, butangan yung mga proposed control measure para mabuo ninyo inyong hierarch activity. Okay? So, please screenshot this table, guys. And then unya sa iyong presentation, I want you to present this kind of table sa inyong inyong hierarch presentation.
Dili ra i-add ang concern no due date o katong existing risk.
So yes, pwede nyo tanggalan na lang yung kanang due date, tanggalan lang ninyo. And then kanang existing risk control, pakitanggal na lang po. Kani mga existing risk control, ginabutangan na mo ni siya kanagong example na siya ongoing safety control, pero nagapon mga residual risk na hitabo. So since kita mga virgin pamantay sa hierarch, so tanggalan lang ninyo ng existing control, existing risk control o kining due date, tanggalan na lang ninyo. Kay once mo taas ang yung risk level, pasabot ana, kailan immediate ang yung action. Okay? So good. Okay na, kaya na mga safety officers? So Sir Louis, I would like to request that please break out ato mga ato mga participants into same groups pa rin. Guys, we will start the presentation by kuan na lang siguro 4:25 para tayo pag alas 5 kuma na jud ta. Okay? 4:25 magsugod ta sa atong presentation.
Halo. Ay. Okay na.
Ikaw lagi ba nagawa?
Claro.
Correcto? Ah.
Hello po, pwede pong mag-join po kayo dun sa mga group nyo kanina.
Sana tanga group John? Tumutan no?
Okay.
Hello, safety officers. You can join po dun sa mga rooms po. I think you can click dun sa breakout rooms kung anong grupo po kayo and then join kung saan pa kayo na-assign kanina. We have room 1 to room 5. Hmm? Okay, welcome back, safety officers. And now let's start for our presentation for your high-rank activity, your hazard identification, risk assessment, and also your recommendation for control measure. Sige po. And now let's start with group number 3. Yan po. Sige. Who will present for group number 3? Si Ma'am Crisel pa rin.
Hindi pa po namin natapos i-place yung mga ay ano po sir, yung sa probability.
Sige po.
Sorry po.
Kita mamaya. And now,
Okay po.
let's welcome group number 1. Yan. Kanina si Ma'am Amor nag-present.
Anong grupo, sir? 1?
Group number 1. Opo. Sa inyo po, Amor.
Si Ma'am, Ma'am Mila po. Ma'am Milagros yung magpe-present.
Okay, sige. Go ahead, Ma'am Mila.
Thank you, sir.
Yes po.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, Ma'am Mila.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, sige na po. Okay, hazard identification, risk analysis. From admin office, yung risk analysis namin sa smoking inside the office, probabilities for severity is 2, risk is medium risk. And then we come out to the risk control, proposed control measure, installation of no smoking signs. Next is improper garbage disposal. Yung probability is 1. Then yung severity is 2. Risk is low risk. Scheduling of garbage disposal and implementation of proper waste segregation. Next is incorrect sitting position. Doon yun yung nakaupo kanina na gumagamit ng telephone. Yung probability niya po is 2, then yung severity is 3. Correct sitting position. Or impose correct sitting position. And then next is
Ma'am Mila. Hello po. Ma'am Mila, how about for the health hazard? What is your risk assessment?
next. Bali, pinag-isa naman. Pinag-isa lang namin, sir. Admin office na ikaw.
Okay. Because you example of this is you identify a safety hazard, and the health hazard should have a separate also risk assessment. No? Yun po. So si safety hazard lang po yung binigyan niyo po ng risk assessment. Yun po. Go ahead po, Ma'am Mila.
Per work activity. Oo, sir, bali. Akala namin per work activity.
Yes, natin is yung mga hazard. Bawat hazard is that belong to a high risk, medium, or a low risk hazard. Because every hazard have a different mga health effects. No problem po. Pamilya, no problem po. Para yung ibang group, you can correct also your other presentation that every hazard should have a risk assessment.
Sige po, wait a minute po, sir. Production na. Next is production area. Yung work activity kanina is yung machine operation. Nakita namin analysis doon sa risk. Probability is 4. Severity is 3. Risk is medium risk. Yung control po namin is provide PPE and installing machine guard. Next is liquid spill. Probability is 5. Severity is 4, which comes out to high risk. So immediately clean greasy area. And then next work activity is improper lifting of boxes. The probability of risk is 1. Then yung severity is 2, which considers low risk. Then yung risk control is yung correct employee and reorient on proper lifting procedure. Next, please. Next. Nag-loading pa. Okay, next is yung sa event area. Yung work activity is installation of sign using unstable ladder. Risk analysis, probability is 4. Yung severity is 3. Risk is considered as medium risk. Yung risk control proposed measure is provide PPE and assign another personnel to assist installer. And then another work activity is improper grounding exposed wires. The probability is 4, yung severity is 6, which is considered high risk. Yung rest control is rearrange cables and remove exposed wires. Next work activity is smoking indoors. The probability is 2, then the severity is 3, which comes out to 6, which is medium risk. Then yung rest control is installation of no smoking signage. Another event area na comes. Operation. Operation wala. Pasensya na sir ha, medyo mahina kasi medyo mabagal yung loading.
It's okay, Ma'am. No problem po.
Wala po ka. Wala pa nag-change. Sige. Okay. Next is operation area. Work activity is chemical storage. Ay. Di na nila makita ang skirt. Wala. Pwede na pwede na makuha comes. Kanang anak. Ay, wala na po. Sir, sandali nawawala kasi yung signal namin.
Okay po, no problems.
Okay na ako. Dira na lang po. Okay na. Okay. Next is operation area. The work activity is chemical storage. Yung risk analysis is 4, then yung severity is 3. The risk is medium risk. Yung proposed control measure is designate area for proper chemical storage. Another work activity is lifting. The probability is 3, the severity is 3, which comes out to a risk medium risk. Then yung proposed control measure is correct employee and reorient on proper lifting procedure. Next work activity is welding. The probability is 4, the severity is 5, which is considered high risk. Then yung proposed control measure is provide PPE and remove fire hazard. Okay, next is operation. Operation. Oh, warehouse. Dili nakita, dili ka. Okay, next warehouse area. Work activity is lifting of excessive weight. The risk analysis probability is 4, severity is 3, and the risk is 12, which is considered medium risk. The proposed control measure is adjust weight of boxes to lighten the load. Another work activity is incorrect usage of forklift. The probability is 3, the severity is 4. Oh, the severity is 3, which is considered medium risk, 9. The proposed control measure is installation overhead in the forklift and provide PPE. Another work activity is improper lifting of plank. The probability is 3, and then severity is 4, which is equivalent to 12 and considered medium risk. Proposed control measure is assign additional employee to lift the planks. Next. Wala na. Oh, that's all, sir.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Dahang salamat sa group number 1. Okay. Salamat.
Welcome, sir.
Now, let's go back to group number 3. To be followed by group number 5.
Good afternoon once again. And this is the risk analysis evaluation for the hazard identification in each working area. First is the event area, probability for safety hazard, 4, and the severity is 4, and the total risk is 16, which is high risk. And the put no smoking sign in the event. For health hazard, probability is 3, severity 3, for the risk medium, total of 9, and proposed control is to implement minimum health protocol like wearing face mask. Number 2, work activity, event staff using a ladder without assistance. For safety hazard, 5 for the probability, 4 for the severity, which is high, 20. And the proposed control is ask a coworker for assistance while using the ladder. For the health hazard, probability is 3, severity 4, risk is 12, which is medium, and the proposed control, proper position and balance on using the ladder. Number 3, work activities, speaker using open wire microphone. Safety hazard probability is 3, severity 4, and the risk 12, medium, proposed control, double checking of the equipments to be used during the event. And for the health hazard, 3 for the probability, 5 severity, and the total risk is 15, which is high. And the proposed control is to conduct maintenance of electrical system. Next working area, warehouse. Work activity, number 1, climbing the ladder. For the safety hazard, the probability is 5, severity 4, which is high. The proposed control measure, make sure to stabilize the ladder and ask for assistance. Next is the health hazard, probability 3, severity 4, and the risk is medium, which is 12. The proposed control measure, proper position and balance on using the ladder, and must wear protective gear. Number 2, lifting of crates. For safety hazard, 3 for the probability, 5 severity, and the risk is high, which is 15. And the proposed control measure, wearing of protective gears also. For health hazard, 3, probability, severity 3, 9 for the risk, and ask for assistance from coworker and require wearing of PPE for the proposed control measure. Number 3, work activity, crane lifting. Safety hazard, 5 probability, 5 also for the severity, and which is high, the highest uh, risk matrix 25. So we have to secure the perimeter before lifting the pipes to avoid fatal accidents. Health hazard, probability 5, severity 3, which is 15, require of wearing of PPEs. Next is the production area. Number 1, no PPEs of visitors. Probability 3, severity 4, and the risk is 12. And the proposed measure, require visitor to wear PPEs and proper housekeeping inside the production area. Health hazard, 4 for the probability, 3 for the severity, and the risk is 12. And also require visitors to wear PPE. Number 2, work activity, handling of raw materials near the machinery. Probability 5 for the safety hazard, severity 5, and which is 25 the highest. Since as reported earlier, meron may direct contact po sa slicing machine, which is delicado. Then the proposed control is to provide physical barriers between the machine and the worker. Health hazard is 4 probability, severity 4, and 20 for the risk, and the control measure, orienting worker regarding health and ergonomic hazards. Number 3, work activity, presence of unnecessary materials near the machinery. Probability is 2, severity is 3, which is 12 medium. And the control measure is to secure the area for unnecessary materials in the production area. Health hazard, probability 2, 3 for the severity, and 12 for the risk. And proper wearing of PPEs in the production area. Next is the admin area. Work activity, smoking in a closed area. Probability 4, severity 5, and the risk is 20, which is high. Proposed control, put no smoking sign inside the office. For the health hazard, 4 for the probability, 3 severity, risk medium, total 12. And the control measure is to implement minimum health protocol like wearing of face mask. Lifting of heavy materials. Probability 5, severity 5, which is high, and control measure is proper housekeeping. Health hazard, probability 4, severity 2, medium, and the control measure, orienting employees regarding safety and ergonomic hazards. 3, work activity is the improper posture in repairing with poor housekeeping. The 4 for the probability, 4 severity, the risk is 16, which is high, and to control proper housekeeping and checking of open wires. The health hazard, probability 4, severity 2, and 8 and medium. Control measure, orienting employees regarding safety and ergonomic hazards. operation area. First, work activity is smoking. Probability 5, severity 5, and high risk. And the control measure, strictly implement no smoking inside the premises. Health hazard, probability 5, severity 3, and result is high 15. And the control measure, orienting employees regarding health risk of smoking. Work activity number 2, welding, probability is 5, severity 3, and the result is high 15. And employees must require the proper use of PPEs. Health hazard, 5 for the probability, 3 severity, and the result is high. So the control measure is also to wear proper PPEs. And 3 walking, probability for the safety hazard, 3, severity 3, result is medium, 9, and the control measure is to proper housekeeping, like tidying of boxes, covering of manholes. Health hazard, 3 for probability, severity 3, result is 9, medium, and control measure is to provide proper storage of poisonous chemicals and substances. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Crisel. Daghang salamat no sa group number 3.
Thank you, sir.
Guys, yung mga output po natin na, please save that and then pakilagyan po ng group number, tapos mga members po ng bawat group. Tapos mamaya pag end po natin by 5 o'clock, please email that to rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Okay ha? So lahat pa ng output ninyo ngayon, please email that to rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Pakisulatan po ng group name niyo and then mga group members. As that is your output. Sige. Salamat group number 3. So let's listen to group number 5. Group number 5.
Sir, di pa namin natapos, sir.
Di pa natapos, sir. Sige. Balikan mo na mo niya, no? Now, look tayo sa group number 2. Okay, let's listen now to the presenter of group number 2. Yan.
Sige na, Sir Jonas.
Walang ligtas. Sige. Hello sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon mga classmates. So sir, so work activity, the spills of water on the floor. So on safety hazards, possible effects, probability is 4, severity is 2, so risk is medium. Proposed control measure is proper housekeeping. Then on health hazard, probability is 3, severity is 3, so risk is medium. Proposed control measure is wearing of PPEs. Then work activity is climbing using 2 boxes. On safety hazards, probability is 5, severity is 2, and the risk is medium. And proposed measure is wearing PPE, safety helmet, use of ladder with assistance. So number 3, unsanitized and or disorganized working environment. And safety hazards, probability is 5, severity is 2, so Risk is 10. And proposed measure is organized and sanitize. Sanitize the area. Okay. Health hazard.
Another.
Health hazard is also the same.
Oh, same na sila. Wait lang, guys.
Pamel.
Operator. Next operator.
So
Production area.
production area and activity. No PPE inside the workplace. So on the hazard, safety hazard, the probability is 4, severity is 2, so the risk is 8. The proposed control measure is proper housekeeping. Then health hazard, probability is 3, severity is 3, so risk is 9, medium. So wearing of PPEs. Then spills of hot oil on the floor. Na safety hazard, the probability is 4, the severity is 4, then the risk is 16, which is high. So proposed control measure is housekeeping and should have a sign that caution on the floor. Then health hazard, prone to health hazard, probability is 2, severity is 2, and the risk is 4, which is low. Tapos yung extreme room temperature. Health hazard is physical, so the probability is 5 and the severity is 5 and the risk is 25, which is high. So the proposed measure is to have a proper ventilation in the workplace. Next slide, Ma'am Mel. The event area. Work activity is lifting. The health hazard is lifting heavy objects beyond weight limit. The probability is 3, the severity is 3, so the risk is 9, which is medium. Proposed control measure is to carry a allowable weight load or use of rollers. Then cable wire was on the floor. Safety hazard. Probability is 5, severity is 2, risk is 10, which is medium. So proposed control measure, secure cable wires or any obstructions on the floor. Then work activity, smoking inside the workplace. Health hazard. The probability is 4, the severity is 5, so the risk is 20, which is high. The control measure should have no smoking signage. Put it on the designated area for smoking. The same with the safety hazards. Next slide, Ma'am.
Admin area, guro ni. Oh, admin area ni.
The admin area, work activity. Using the ladder. In safety hazards, the ladder is imbalance. So probability is 5, severity is 4, the risk is 20, medium. Proposed control measure, assistance and use of correct type of ladder. Tapos work activity, cable wires on the floor. Also, the safety hazard, probability is 5, the severity is 2, the risk is 10, which is medium. Proposed control measure, secure cable wires or any obstructions on the floor. Work activity, scattered garbage. Health hazard, the probability is 4, severity is 3, the risk is 12, which is medium. And the proposed control measure should be proper housekeeping and proper disposal of garbage.
Teach Clay, go.
And teach Lego. That's it, Ma'am Mel. Ano?
Okay, daghang kay salamat sir no. So guys, thank you very much for group number 2. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Group 4 and group number 5, you are saved by the bell. Okay. Pero kamong tanan, kinahanglan mag-submit sa inyong output dito sa rba.mandaluyong@gmail.com. Pakisulat po dito ang mga membro sa inyong grupo and then you can send it via PDF file at format. Okay guys, ingana lang man, ang tumong nandiyan sa making hierarchy is to prioritize the hazard that you identified in your workplaces. And then you need to assess also the risk. Either is it a safety hazard or a health hazard. But guys, please check dun sa severity. Ulitin ko po ha, kung 1 inyong score, pangos lang gamay. Kung 2, makaya lag first aid box. Kung 3, need dalon sa ospital kay patanaw kay doktor. Pag 4, ipa-admit ta tog mga 2 ka adlaw, 3 ka adlaw, 5 ka adlaw operahan. Pag 5, mamatay yun ang pasyente. Okay? So para accurate ato ang pag-assess nato, pag-grade nato sa tuang mga hazard na nakita. Is that really a high risk hazard or a medium risk hazard lang po? Okay? Para accurate ang ato ang findings na ato i-present po sa management. And also tomorrow I think you have more details on the control measures because you have also a topic tomorrow no with your next trainer of different technical control measures to be implemented based sa yung hazard na na-identify ninyo. Safety officers, congratulations. You are now 40% certified safety officers. Dapat may upat tulog adlaw, mabutay.
Sir, makahatag mo sa mo handout, sir?
But handouts. So, copy ata sir, isisend sa inyo.
Oo.
I will ask
Para sa branch unta namon, sir. Branch 5. Pwede na, sir.
Ano po, sir? Yung na-send ko po kanina sa group chat, can download that one. Mga forms po
lang, sir.
And also, the all presentation of our BOSH will be sent to you. Lahat from day 1 to day 5, we will send the soft copy of all presentations para you can review.
Thank you, sir.
No problem po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Safety officers not only for provision also. Okay, dahang salamat.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mag-group picture si Kuan.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Daghang salamat, sir.
Thank you very much po, Sir Christian.
Salamat. Wala naman picture, no? Sige.
May question.
You have any question, ma'am? May pahabol?
May question po ba?
Yes.
Okay na po tayo, participants, kay Sir Christian.
Okay na po, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay na po.
Sa RBA, sir, meron pa po ba kayong instructions para sa mga participants?
Sir Louie, may instructions po.
Sir?
Hi, Sir Louie.
So wala naman na po, ma'am. Bukas naman na po. Medyo agahan lang katulad kanina.
Okay po. So, okay po. Thank you very much po, Sir Louis, Sir Christian, and the RBA team. For our participants, agahan po natin ulit tomorrow, ha? Para po
Okay, ma'am.
start tayo ng maaga. Yung ating username po, paayos po ng ating mga username. Tandaan po ang inyong mga numbers. Maraming salamat po and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you po. See you.
Po.